discussions. And so this morning we will be discussing and presenting Jose Manuel Salazar, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, will be presenting his report on public debt and restrictions to the development of Latin America and the Caribbean, and that we prepared at the request of the Secretary General a few months back, assessing the dynamics and the challenges imposed by country debt and the fiscal challenges and the impact on growth and development. And so I will immediately hand over to Jose Manuel for the presentation, and this will be commented by Jose Antonio Campo, former Minister of Finance and Public Credit of Colombia and advisor to the Regional Platform for Tax Cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean, and Emilio Pineda, head of the Fiscal Management Division of the IDB, and who is with us here today for these remarks. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Daniel, and good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to continue with the fiscal seminar. And today, as Daniel has just said, to put to you this document that I hope you all have a copy of, and this was requested in December by the Secretary General of the UN, and we sent it in the month of March, and so now we have presented it here for the first time as part of the effort that we have already said is being made by the UN to talk about this topic and so contribute to see if it's possible to move ahead in terms of debt and reform of the international financial architecture. And so, well, this is the report. Basically, four parts to it. For those who were here yesterday, you will find here some repetitions because yesterday we made a presentation of these documents, and so you will find that some of the slides are the same. Now, the first one to share, it has to do with the context, the inflationary context that we are going through, a very worrying in many senses, the development and the social aspect, but specifically for the discussion on public debt and sustainability. World GDP will grow 3.8 and it closed at 4. In addition to global interest rate hikes, the financial turbulence observed at the beginning of March will grow only 1.7 in comparison to 2002. Commodity prices lower in 2023, but 42% approximately over the average levels of 2019. And inflation, the trajectory is downwards, but inflation would remain high in 2023 and well above its pre-pandemic average. And average inflation for the world would be 7% in 2023 compared to 8.7 in 2022 and had been 3.6 on average in the decade of 2010 through 2019. Interest rates are expected to remain high in developed economies. In the United States, inflation in the 12 months ended April is 4.9 and would remain high at about 4% towards the end of the year. At the moment, it's 5.25. In the Eurozone, inflation would continue. At the moment, it's at would be closing the year at around 4. And with this behavior, interest rates plus uncertainty and volatility, it's expected that the cost of financing for emerging markets, including Latin America, will continue to be high. It is clear that negative shocks of the last 3 years, pandemic, inflation, high interest rates, have had a lasting impact on the level of activity, regional and global. And here on the left, you can see the economic rate for countries in 2021-22 and the forecast for 2023. And as you can see, in all cases, growth slows. especially after 2021, but also 22 and 23. And here, the EU is expected to grow less, and also in the US, a rise that we will not find on account of the demand of our main trade partners. China, as you can see, in comparison to the years after 2008 and 9, they won't either. They're not growing at a high rate, about 5, but not 8 or 9 as they were growing, helped by Chinese demand, especially those who are exporting raw materials and farming products. And they were helped after the financial crisis of 2008 and 9. And so, as you can see, in all cases, growth slows. Under the graph on the right, what we have here are the pre-pandemic and pre-war growth projections of all the world, advanced and emerging economies, the dotted lines, and the recent projections. And as you can see, there's clearly a substantial downward revision in all three cases. As to inflation and interest rates, both are expected to remain high, albeit on a gradually declining trajectory. The chart on the left shows average inflation 2010, 2019, as well as inflation in 22 and expected for 26 for the world and several selected regions and countries. As you can see, global inflation was 8.7 in 22 and is expected to drop to 7 this year and 4.9 in 2024. Similar trajectories are followed by the advanced economies, Eurozone, United States, and emerging and developing economies, albeit with different starting points in 2022. Interest rates in developed countries have continued to rise, in particular the Fed rate in a range of 5 to 5.25, as I said, after the 25 basis points increase this May, and the ECB policy rate is at 3.25 after an increase of equal magnitude. In the case of the US, it is estimated that there will be no further increases this year, but that rates will possibly fall from the third quarter onward. The expected level for the end of this year, 2023, would be of 4.25 to 4.5, and for the end of 2024, 2.5 to 2.75. In the case of the Eurozone, rates are expected to continue rising this year, closing at 4, and in the UK, also some additional increase is also expected. As for financing costs, these have risen sharply in line with the tightening of monetary policy. These charts present the 10-year sovereign bond yields from January 2020 to May 2023 in selected developed and developing countries. As can be seen from the beginning of 2021 to date, interest rates on 10-year sovereign bonds in dollars have risen in both developed and developing countries. Financing costs in Latin America and the Caribbean have also risen considerably. And here we show the 10-year sovereign bond yield from January 2020 to May 2023 for 6 countries in the region. And from the beginning of 2021 to date, interest rates on 10-year dollar sovereign bonds have risen by about 3 points in the countries for which information is available, including, as you can see here, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and Peru. Now, this graph that I presented yesterday to characterize growth and the situation where we stand today as the average growth rate for the region up to 2023 and the mobile averages by decade. And as you can see, after 3 decades, 50, 60, and 70, growth above 5 or more, and the last decade, an average growth of 2%, and 90 and 2000, 2009, recovery to 7 to 3%, but estimated for 2010 to 2019, only 0.9. so one-tenth below the last decade, and estimated for 2014 to date only 0.8%. And so our message is that this is a decade more lost than the last decade. And well, the second message is that here this is not just about a slowdown. After this, a shock. The heart attack, as Martin Bush sometimes says, of the world economy with a pandemic, because, well, the contraction of 6.8 is offset somewhat by a rebound of a 7. But the truth is that this mediocre, low growth was coming since 2014 at the end of the commodity peak. And so its inability to grow is endemic and poses, if we think of this in terms of growth accounting, the low levels of public investment and issues related to education, poor PISA test outcomes, and above all, that productivity is practically flat in the last 30 to 40 years, which is a tremendous inability to increase productivity. The debt dynamics, the well, here we can see the public debt dynamics as a percentage of GDP from 2012 to 2021 for 30 countries of Latin America, and where the columns in gray are 2012 and the orange 2021. And you can see that for 26 of the 30 countries, public debt as a percentage of GDP increased significantly, although with significant differences. And over these 9 years, in several cases, the proportion doubles or more than doubles, with the exceptions on the right are Grenada, St. Kitts, Nevis, and Jamaica, the cases of renegotiation of the debt from 2012. Now, here on the left, you can see for Latin America the differential between the effective interest rates and economic growth from 2010 through 2019. And you can see a very important rise in the difference that pushes up the level of debt and interest payment. And the combination of a rise in interest rates worldwide and nationwide, together with the economic slowdown, of course, has led to major pressure on public debt. And the graph on the right shows interest rates in several regions from 2019 to 2022, and you can see how Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa, are the regions of the world with the highest effective interest rates. There are two factors, among others, that increase the vulnerability of countries to external shocks related to debt. One is the proportion of the debt in foreign currency, and the other is the proportion of debt in the hand of non-resident creditors. And the graph to the left shows the ratio in foreign currency to the gross debt of the government in 2021. As you can see, the ratio is more than 70% Argentina, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, and Nicaragua. And on the right, you can see the initial levels in 2012 and how they increased, because in most cases, in fact, these are rises, the percentage of debt in the hands of non-resident creditors. And in 2021, countries with more than 60% of their debt in the hands of non-resident creditors of Paraguay, Dominican Republic, Salvador, and not far back, Honduras.
And these two graphs present two dimensions of the amortization profiles per country in 2021. On the left-hand side, you can see that most countries in the region have an amortization profile with a 10-year period or more on average, even to up to 19 and 20 years, as is the case of Chile, Panama, Uruguay, and Peru. However, there is an important gap between countries located on each side of the regional average of 13 years, with average due periods of Bolivia, Honduras, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela with 6 years or less, which forces them to refinance the debt in the midterm, exposing them to changes in financial conditions. So the graph on the right presents the debt with equal or lower due date period to 12 months as a percentage of the GDP. Countries that had a considerable volume of debt In the short term, well, that meant that they had amortizations equivalent to 10% of the GDP or more, which was the case of Mexico, Uruguay, and Brazil. This is the summary of the messages of the following slides. First of all, the increase in debt levels between 2012 2021 has led to an increase in the payment of interests, which represents 0.5 and 5.8% of the GDP, depending on each country. It's also what we have also seen an increase in the proportion of taxation revenues. The rate of effective interest in Latin America, as we said, that this will be difficult now and in the future, and that's why the reforms that can be introduced are so important. And also of systems to restructure debt for middle-income countries, and of course, how all this reduces the fiscal space, which is so necessary given the major needs of investment, of social investment and in infrastructure, and to meet the SDGs. This graph presents a very important dimension of what the document Public Debt calls the stress for development. We see an increase in the payment of interests of central governments as a percentage of GDP between 2012 and 2021, both for Latin America on the left-hand side and for the Caribbean on the right-hand side. If we focus on Latin America first, we see how there are 3 countries that are paying more than 4% of the GDP in terms of interest: Costa Rica, Brazil, and El Salvador. And another 3 are paying around 3% of their GDP: Honduras, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia. And in the Caribbean, they were paying in 2021 4% or more of the GDP in interests: Bahamas and Jamaica, with Barbados, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago very close to that level. We can also see this as a proportion of taxation revenues, which is what this graph shows. In Latin America, there are 3 countries that were paying in 2021 more than 30% of their taxation revenues in interests of their debt: Panama, Costa Rica, and Brazil. Countries with payments of around 20% include the Dominican Republic, Colombia, El Salvador, and Mexico. And in the Caribbean, with 20% or more in 2021, we find Bahamas and Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago and St. Lucia very close to that. Another way of looking at this, perhaps the most eloquent way of viewing this, of evidencing this concept of developmental stress, which is the payment of the debt, is when we compare that with the amounts of expenditure or investment in key sectors for social and sustainable development. If compared with education, we find that there are 4 countries that are spending more in the payment of interests than they are spending in education, and that are more than 100: Bahamas, Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, and Argentina, whilst Costa Rica, Colombia, and the Dominican Republic are at a level of 80% or more. If we compare that to health, there are 5 countries that are or were in 2021 spending more in the payment of interest than what they were spending in health. And compared to social protection expenditures, the situation is even more extreme in some cases. Now, this developmental stress changes the focus, and I would say is the most important part of this document that we are presenting, because it changes the conversation. And that conversation is no longer has to do with the debt stress and the risk for the international financial sector, but a risk for future development prospects. Finally, then, in terms of what it is that we can do, and this is what the last chapter contains, basically we need to go back to the proposals that are already present in international discussions about reforms to the international financial architecture. As I said yesterday, apart from the SDG stimulus, which is a report that was issued some 3 months ago, December, if I'm not wrong, we're about to produce a policy brief that forms part of the UN policy brief sets looking at the summit of the future next year, and it has to do with this reform of the international financial architecture. And among other things, that involves the issue of mechanisms to improve liquidity and credit, including special uh, draft rights and the low cost of financing for countries with a high debt burden, and to create an entity in charge, which just doesn't exist, and we have to discuss whether that entity could perhaps be the IMF. There are geopolitical elements there and certain levels of resistance, and we need to change voting rights and quotas. And perhaps that is one of the most complex issues. Another line of work and of thought is to massively scale up financing for development and for climate through reforms, making loans much more effective, and by multilateral and bilateral development banks. We deal there with the issue of capitalization of banks in order to increase or change the ratios so that they can perhaps take more risk on board, and therefore we need to improve the regulations of the international financial system, and also related to regulations that create incentives in order to more effectively mobilize resources from the private sector and public-private partnerships. And a very difficult issue is to create a new global economic governance, which has to do with representation, quotas, votes, etc., in the IMF and in the World Bank. And to conclude, and going back to an issue that came up during yesterday's conversations, is that beyond everything that can be done in terms of expanding fiscal spaces and taxation reforms, and the issue of debt and the burden of the payment of the debt, we have the challenge of growth, and how it is important for countries to bet on productive sectors, to focus on sectors that act as promoters. Most of these are common. This is a list of those sectors. Some of them belong to the new paradigm of sustainable development, the issue of the energy transition, electromobility, circular economy, bioeconomics, and so on. These issues are relevant for practically all countries, and depending on the country, the issue of the reconfiguration of world supply chains. That is something that is happening with the new geopolitics, but that becomes much more beneficial if there is a strong dynamic in Mexico, for example, close to the US, several Central American countries that have an adequate investment environment. But this is definitely a trend. Shifts which imply opportunity for countries to attract investments. So we have the industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the export of modern services enabled by ICTs. In this case, there is no deglobalization. On the contrary, the trade of services is growing, and there is an explosion of e-trade, and there are a whole series of opportunities, and not only for technological giants that are well known, but within the startups ecosystem, there are enormous opportunities for startups, for SMEs, for small companies, to the extent that countries introduce policy reforms, converge regulations, electronic payment systems, um, the issue of the society of care that is already mentioned as the main obstacle in order to bridge the gap to participation between men and women, that on average in Latin America is between 24 and 25 points. But we also have a reality of demographic change, such as aging, whereas when 20, where or where in 2030 countries will have a tremendous demand to care for the elderly, and that will be one of the sources of job creation that will be very important. Sustainable management of water, sustainable tourism, digital government. Again, what is important here is for countries to have a vision of productive development, a direction in which to grow in all these fields. And there, we're not only talking of industrial policies, but also includes new collaboration formulas, clusters, and new ways of working working with the private sector and with academia that can truly accelerate productive diversification and technological sophistication, which is so much in need. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jose Manuel, for a very motivating presentation for our discussion. I was asking for how many hours I could speak. Well, this issue is a very important issue for the international debate and obviously for Latin America. I am very happy that you're distributing the work that I did last year. And something that has been in international and Latin American debates as a diagnosis. It is worthwhile saying that in the Latin American case, the problem begins as from the decade of 2010. The comparisons were between 2012 and 2021, and I believe that that is correct because as a result of the drop of basic products in 2015, we begin to see the indebtedness of Latin America in a very significant manner. The one in the Caribbean is much more structural. And obviously, in all countries of the world, COVID made the situation much more acute than the post-COVID period, especially as a result of the invasion of the Ukraine and the inflation effects that that had led to problems in many fields. Inflation, and as a result, a response to inflation with higher interest rates by central banks, but also the disorder of private international financial markets that is reflected in various ways, but in the difficulty, for example, of gaining access to private financing and the very high cost because of the increasing risk margins that are established. The only empirical comment that I would like to make is that the ratio between interests and GDP as an aggregate is incorrect because a lot depends on the weight of the debt in national currency versus the debt in foreign currency. And since national interest rates have increased far more than international interest rates, but they are unreal because one part is nominal, that interest rate is nominal. And for example, for Colombia, the cost of financing in national currency has increased significantly. But when one foresees that interest will drop, they drop automatically. And therefore, when we have a great weight in national currency, and the most notable case is Brazil, but also Colombia. Colombia is also an important case as domestic debt in monal.
Local currency. And so there they overestimate the cost of financing. But well, that would be my only empirical remark. And then, of course, fiscal space. Regarding the recommendations, there, yes, I would like to focus. Must be pointed out that a complex part of the response in recent years has been very concentrated in low-income countries. The G20 initiative, debt suspension, as well as the common framework for 2022. This is for low-income countries and excludes most Latin American and Caribbean countries. So this is something that is very relevant. And also, I must say that even for the low-income countries, the mechanism has been very little effective. And I would like to really say this great emphasis. For example, debt suspension, participation by private creditors was practically nil. And so this is something, and especially the middle income countries, well, and he corrects himself, and the common framework has been used by 4 countries. So it has not been very effective as an arrangement for refinancing. So debt management must be thought of very much in depth to see what sort of solutions may be considered. Now, among these solutions possible, the first, the more structural ones, and there has been progress in what is known as the contractual approach after the crisis of the North Atlantic, 2008 2009, but also the failure of negotiations in the attempt to have a restructuring by the IMF at the start of the century. And so this led to the mechanism, the collective action clauses, that were first individual and then collective. However, where the mechanism has had some use in Latin America, Ecuador, Argentina, and so on, at least partially, but they are it's still short of a lot of development, among other things, because almost half the debt has no collective action clause. So there's an institutional issue that, well, it was a step ahead, but not sufficient. And that is why, in the long term, I continue party to this for quite some time in thinking of rethinking of a mechanism for the renegotiation of sovereign debt of an institutional character or something of the kind that should be the panel should be within the UN, but I have no objection to it being in the IMF, which is more developed for the developed countries, as long as the panel be totally independent of the IMF board. That they may have the ability to think independently, as also the mechanism for dispute settlement in this be suspended of the World Trade Organization. So a mechanism of that type could work. And once again, the IMF could be more acceptable to the developed countries as the institution where the negotiations are held. I am always pro UN. So I would prefer for it to be within the UN, but that is one solution. And now, as a short term solution, I must say that there should be a much greater debate for ad hoc solutions. That is, to manage the current issue, because that is severe. And as all the analysis done regarding over indebtedness and the IMF together with the World Bank, everything shows that there is a great number of countries, far more than the low income, but also the middle income, as analyzed here in this ECLAC report. So I think it is time to have an ad hoc mechanism. Historically, there have been 2 major ad hoc uh, mechanisms. One, the Brady Plan, or the US crisis in other countries, and then pardoning of the debt of poor countries adopted in 2 stages at the end of the century, at the start of the 21st century, and that this was an initiative, also an ad hoc initiative. And it is well worthwhile considering a mechanism. I have for a time been defending a mechanism done within the context of the international development banks. There are other entities that have also said similar things. The main idea is that there be a special mechanism for over-indebted countries that receive loans from the multilateral banks, but on the condition that the creditor, private creditors, facilitate a debt restructuring, like the counterpart for debt restructuring, case by case. So a country gets into a situation, and so they go to the World Bank or the IDB or whatever, and they says to the bank, "Look, I want to restructure my debt, but financing has a dual purpose. On the one hand, provide resources for the economy to grow, and so that they're able to pay for the debt without too much of a cost, but also they need to have the dollars to pay for the foreign debt. And so it has this benefit. One is for the country and also for the creditors, but benefit two is strictly for the creditors. And so this is sort of like the mechanism that I have been prescribing. There are similar things that have been done, but we need to find a mechanism, something new, because or another plan B, or but we do need a solution, a novel solution in that regard. And then that has to do with the more normal financing of the development banks in Latin America and the Caribbean. CAF, the Bank of the Caribbean, and the Central American Bank have been quite dynamic. Unfortunately, the IDB is the bank that is lagging behind and that requires a capitalization, and the US has been reluctant to award that capitalization. So this is a core issue with the IDB meeting in Panama. Most Latin American ministers, and myself included, said to the US this must be capitalized. And this is the same thing that we said when we met privately with him. I apologize, yes, to my friend here for the comment. Now, drawing right, in 2022, the assessment was positive. It would be interesting to have a totally different approach to the special drawing right. And in recent years, I have written that the proposal does not have much chance of being accepted. But even with the existing mechanism, they are useful for countries to have international reserves. Liquidity is positive. 2021 was this is very clear. Having seen from the viewpoint of the debt, well, the net debt in foreign currency comes down as a result of the special drawing rights. The impact is positive. And so then we have the other mechanisms for the reallocation or use of these special drawing rights in the wealthy countries through via different mechanisms, even those that are in the IMF, to finance climate change programs. But that has been very little effect. We could think of something far more ambitious. And even to, in my view, the best solution would be for the excessive drawing rights be deposited in the multilateral development banks in order to increase their financing capacity. I think that that would be the best mechanism, the sort of term deposit for the developed countries, the special drawing rights, to allow loans for the special drawing rights, which are a lower cost. And with that, I conclude my comments. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jose Antonio. And now I hand over to Emilio Pineda. Thank you. And while you put my presentation up, I would like to begin with my sincere thanks to Jose Manuel, Daniel, and for the invitation to be part of this panel with Jose Antonio, a privilege. My presentation will be brief to comment on the report based on our hallmark report dealing with debt, as mentioned by Oscar Valencia and Andy Powell, and I will be based on this for my remarks. Essentially, I will have three comments adding to what was already said by Jose Manuel and also Jose Antonio. The first is how did we get where we are today? An analysis of the growth of debt in Latin America and the Caribbean, and then trying to address the question of whether the debt that we have is or not very high, analyzing this from two viewpoints. First of all, whether the debt is sustainable, can we pay for it, can we not? And then whether this level of debt is affecting our growth or not. And to conclude with some thoughts on how in the past we have reduced debt and then a few remarks. So, how did we get where we are today? What we have found is that debt in Latin America and the Caribbean tends to grow in waves. In periods when many countries have quick rises in debt in short periods. For 5 years on average, the debt in this country grows by 30% of GDP. And so, with this difference, we see that, for example, at the start of the 80s, we had close to 40% of the countries of the region with debt peaks, and that overall brought regional debt levels to over 80% of GDP. In the decade of the year 2000, at the start, we had another second wave of debt with less widespread, but there too we saw a significant number of countries with debt peaks and debt growth was of around 20% of GDP. And right now we are in the third debt wave, and as Jose Antonio said, began in 2014 or around just after 2010 with a fall in the price of commodities, and then with the COVID crisis when more than half of the countries of the region have seen a rise in their debt levels of more than 35% in a short period of time. And when we do a little accounting to understand what's been behind the debt rise, we find that Latin America and the Caribbean is similar to other regions of the world in the sense that the main factors are the increase in interest payments, depreciation, primary deficits, and flow adjustments that are basically reflection of certain liabilities not reflected in the accounting, such as bailouts, public enterprises, banks, and so on. And one thing that should be highlighted in Latin America in comparison to other regions of the world is that economic growth is the lowest of all regions in the world, and so therefore it has been very poor in mitigating growth of debt. Economic growth has been weaker to reduce the growth of debt, and not even to speak of the Asia Pacific countries and even Africa. Now, perhaps one of the most important questions is whether this debt level is sustainable or not. Can we pay for it? And to know whether it is sustainable or not, maybe the first thing that we need to record is that debt sustainability depends on what we do in future, how governments are going to react to higher levels of debt. And so here, as good economists, what we did is to understand the future, we went to try to understand the past, and we saw how in the past our governments and countries have reacted to higher levels of debt.
And what we find is that the primary surpluses increase sufficiently in order to cover the additional costs of the payment of the debt. Even with great levels of debt, that can be sustainable. And on average, what we find is that the fiscal reactions in the region, in other words, how fiscal accounts reacted to greater debt levels in Latin America, that has been positive, and that will lead us to the conclusion that at least on average, the region has debt levels that are still sustainable. However, and this is a major caveat, it doesn't mean that that is sustainable for all countries and for all levels of debt. The fiscal reaction curves have a tremendous variance based on the different levels of debt and depending on each type of country. And I illustrate this in this graph. What I illustrate here are these fiscal response curves for the average in Latin America, as an average in Latin America and the Caribbean, and for three country subsets, those more geared to tourism, those that are commodity exporters, and those that are more diversified. And for each one of these groups, I show the fiscal reaction curve depending on different levels of debt. Low levels medium levels and high levels. And when we go to the average of the whole region of Latin America and the Caribbean, we find that for medium levels and for low debt levels, the fiscal reaction curve is positive, robust, and higher than the additional cost of payment of the debt measured in terms of the difference of R minus G. However, there is a point when we reach high levels of debt where even if the fiscal reaction curve it may be positive, this increase in primary surplus is not sufficient in order to compensate for the higher costs of the payment of the debt. In other words, it's smaller than R minus G. Our estimation suggests that as a regional average, this turning point where the increase of the primary surplus is not sufficient to maintain the a sustainable debt is of around 80% of the GDP. That is more or less the regional average, the average that these estimations show. Now, when we go to the different sub-regions of different types of economies in the region, we find very important differences. The countries that are much more geared to tourism have a similar situation to that of the regional average. Other countries that are much more diversified, with more diversified economies, are more resilient. They have fiscal reaction curves that are more positive and a lower payment of the debt. However, countries that are commodity exporters are especially fragile. They have fiscal reaction curves that are negative, and in addition to that, they have a higher cost of payment of the debt. This means that commodity exporting countries are especially vulnerable to debt crises, and they have sustainable debt levels that are significantly lower than the regional average. Now, despite the fact that we have estimated that on average, the sustainable debt level is at around 80% of the GDP, and I emphasize around the 80%. These are inexact estimations. It is not desirable that we should always be on the edge here. We must have levels of debt enabling us to have buffers to absorb exogenous shocks that could have a very negative impact upon the public finances. And we conducted a whole series of estimations using different methodologies where we tried to determine the level of debt that would enable us to absorb costs of 90% with different negative scenarios that could be faced by regional economies and therefore by public finances. And we found that a level of debt of around 55%, which is basically the debt level that we had before the pandemic, enables a region to have the ability, the buffers, to absorb unexpected shocks without the need to face an generalized non scenarios. And in the future, our expectation is that despite the fact that there has been a reduction of the debt in the past year, given the increase of interest rates, the inertial scenario doesn't lead us to that prudent debt level, but leads us to a level close to 70% of the GDP. And if we wish to reach those potential debt levels, that will require an additional fiscal consolidation effort of between 1.4 and 1.9% of the GDP. That is the first message in terms of sustainability. Sustainability of the debt would seem that on average we are at sustainable levels. However, in order to reach prudent levels, we must make an additional consolidation effort. The second question, and which is perhaps more socially relevant, is how the level of debt is having an impact upon economic growth. And we find that at high levels of debt in the region, at levels greater than 75%, which is in global terms more than 60% of the GDP, we find a very significant impact upon economic growth. Economic growth in the region tends to be between 3.5% when the level of debt is medium or low. But when we reach high debt levels, the growth reduces drastically to levels of around 1% of the GDP. In other words, they drop practically 60%. And we understand that that is associated to greater risk, to that in turn have a significant impact on the gross formation of fixed capital and on public investments. Now, there is a point that we believe is very important because it doesn't require a fiscal cost, and that is what is the impact that different debt levels have upon growth? Well, that depends on the quality of the macro fiscal institutions that we have, for example. And this is the case because the sustainability relies upon on the credibility of future policies. And in consequence, if we have institutions that make our future policies credible, well, markets will believe more in us, and therefore they will not punish hard debt levels. What we find is that in those countries that have good quality in terms of their macro fiscal institutions, and I refer to fiscal rules, fiscal regulations, and so on, the negative impact on economic growth of 1% additional in debt is less than half than for countries that have a low macro fiscal institution quality. And this is a reform that we can conduct with no cost. The reform of our macro fiscal institutions to provide them with greater credibility and thus mitigate the cost of higher debt levels. And I would like to conclude by quickly reviewing the debt reduction episodes that our region has had over the past 30 years. First of all, we have successful episodes. The most important one, or the most symbolic one, mentioned by Jose Manuel was of Jamaica, that reduced its debt by more than 50 percentage points on the GDP. Well, we also have other countries such as Peru, Brazil, or Colombia that, through a combination of primary surplus of around 2% of the GDP with moderate real interest rates and with economic growth, have been able to achieve very significant reductions greater than 10% of the GDP. And if we review all the debt reductions of more than 10% of the GDP over the past 30 years in Latin America and the Caribbean, and compare that to what has occurred in other regions of the world, we find that in Latin America and the Caribbean, the main elements that have exerted an influence in debt reduction is, first of all, inflation. Secondly, a moderation of the real interest rate. Thirdly, in the primary balance. Those are the main three factors that have contributed to a reduction of the debt. The conciliation between stock flow is where we would find the processes to renegotiate debt. Another aspect that distinguishes Latin America and the Caribbean from the rest of the world is that economic growth has played a low role compared to East Asia, for example, where more than half of the debt reduction processes have been promoted as a result of economic growth. In Latin America, that represents less than 15%, where economic growth has played an important role in order to reduce debt. And finally, my last comment is, and this is one of the main concerns that we have here, is what is the social impact of these debt reduction processes? What happens with the distribution of income? What happens with employment? And what we find is that the response of what happens, well, depends. It depends on how we conduct the process to reduce debt. In those episodes uh, where debt reduction is primarily the result of high inflation levels, we find a tremendous cost in the Gini coefficient, a significant worsening in income distribution. In these graphs, this is associated to those cases where there were no IMF programs in those debt reduction programs. And now, when debt reduction was not done with high inflation levels, the impact in terms of income distribution is far more moderate, close to zero. It is not statistically significant. And something similar happens with unemployment in those cases where there is an inflationary process that is very high and that leads to a reduction in debt. Unemployment suffers, employment suffers, and when it's via primary surplus and growth, unemployment does not suffer, and is the change is statistically significant. And I conclude with this, and these are the main messages. Well, the debt can be good or bad, depending on the level and what we did with the debt that we used. But given the levels that we have in the region today, what is desirable is for us to reduce debt in order to strengthen sustainability and also to strengthen economic growth. We have debt levels that begin to have a negative impact on economic growth. And for that, it is crucial for us to strengthen our macro fiscal institutions to provide them with credibility and for the sustainability of future policies. There are different ways of reducing debt. The ideal strategy depends on the individual characteristics of each country, but something that is very clear is that we should not use high inflation as a way to reduce debt because that has important social costs. And the last issue that I have not discussed because others have dwelled on this it is clear that the architecture to restructure sovereign debt is incomplete, that the share or the participation of Latin America and the Caribbean is not does not reflect our innovations and our restructuring, and that we need to strengthen this perspective with new initiatives that may be regional and supplementary. Thank you very much. Thank you, Emilio. Now, what we will do is to open up the floor for comments, questions. If anybody has questions about the presentations or wishes to share a comment with us. No, there's absolute clarity, it seems. Well, I would like to benefit from the fact that I'm the moderator to make a comment to the presenters. I would like to emphasize an issue that is, I believe, a key message of Jose Manuel's presentation, and that is also mentioned by Emilio's presentation, and that is the idea of the endogenous nature of growth. As mentioned by Jose Manuel and Emilio, debt can be an issue that limits the ability of our countries to grow and to develop. And in consequence, it's not only that growth has not helped to reduce the debt GDP ratio, but debt becomes an impediment to the capability for countries to grow and imposes fiscal restrictions, because what you call the reaction implies the generation of fiscal surplus, and we have learned after many years that fiscal surpluses don't necessarily lead to more growth. And therefore, there is an issue there and a very important dilemma that highlights the importance of seeking mechanisms to resolve debt problems, because they begin to be an important restriction for growth and development. And that is a point that was adequately mentioned by Jose Manuel, and that you mentioned, and likewise Jose Antonio, who said that we need to advance towards resolution mechanisms. And I say this because in many of these perspectives, we often say that growth is exogenous, and the problem is that we're not growing very much, and that is correct. Latin America has been growing at a very slow pace for many years, and the probability for it to begin to grow is not so obvious. And therefore, the question that arises is, what instruments do we have in order to enhance growth? And the restructuring of the debt must also be thought of as a growth policy, and not only as a macro sustainability policy. And that is an issue that comes across strongly in the presentation, and that I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Al fondo.
At the back, Melvin. Noel, if you could come here and give me a hand. Dylan, please.
Let me just point out in the Jamaican case, Jamaica represents a very peculiar case where the debt has been brought down significantly, but there's been no growth for 2 decades. Much of this debt has been due to high fiscal surpluses, sometimes in the range of 11% of GDP. Quite remarkable. But I want to say from the Caribbean point of view, given its vulnerability to climate change and the natural disasters, very important is the need for state contingent instruments such as hurricane clauses. And we've had 2 cases in the case of Jamaica and the case of Barbados and Grenada. But these are going to be very effective in addressing the impact of climate change and more particularly natural disasters.
Thank you, Dylan. Héctor.
Thank you. I really like the presentation and the comment. A reaction. I believe that fiscal consolidation and seeking primary surpluses will be each day more difficult. Right now, what we are seeing is that many countries, if they do not incur financial requirements, cannot square their budgets. So I think that this is a challenge. And one of the reasons when we speak of public debt, we're always speaking of financial debt, of course, and also I believe that we must give space to discuss contingent liabilities. We are seeing how, well, right now, it's pensions is not the only one. This obliges us to make a significant public spending. And so we would like to break, put a stop to expenditure to, and then the primary balances. This could have a very serious impact throughout the fiscal system entirely. I believe that one of the things that we should be discussing are the accounting rules in the way or in the measure that we're able to recognize these contingent liabilities, we could smooth out many things and discuss strategies for the medium to long term to pay for them. Thank you. Melvin?
Sí, buenos días, muchas gracias.
Good morning and thank you for those excellent presentations. I would like to maybe try to obtain more detailed comments on one particular theme that has to do with the structure of the local debt markets. I somehow heard that high costs of debt are widespread in most countries, but three call our attention, includes Costa Rica, Brazil, Salvador. The lot of interest, additional interest for debt. Costa Rica, only 1% of debt is in the hand of non-residents. Brazil, similar situation with a very high focus on local market debt, domestic market debt. And there's an important role in terms of strengthening the local debt markets to attract non-residents that will allow far more competitive debt markets, better price formation and cost reduction. So maybe there I would like to hear comments on that. Anyone else? Anyone else would like to take the floor? It seems that we're all heavily in debt. Two comments. Transparency. I was going to mention this of the debt. This is very much an international debate, and IMF and World Bank reiterate it time and time again. Of course, contingent liability, pension could be one. But of course, there is another, and that is the debt with collateral. And these are done by public productive projects, but that are never considered as debt. And so there's an issue on how you account for public debt. And this is something that has been very much an international discussion. And regarding the Caribbean, there's a mechanism of having cash or debt swaps for nature, climate change, diversity, to protect the Amazonia. Now, this is a key theme in South America. So how to have far more swap programs or projects that are positive, because these translate into public spending. And so there's a possibility of having a reactivating impact. Now, in the past, there have been very successful swaps. Costa Rica is a very interesting case of swaps via the sale of environmental services in the European market. But even Chile in the 80s, this a very successful case of debt swaps. So how could this be done at a large scale? This issue of the swaps to support debt. Thank you. Emilio? Well, I would make two short comments. First, on Melvin's comment, and undoubtedly, local debt or domestic debt markets development is a matter of resilience and sustainability. And there I do believe that the region, and we also see this in our report, the region has saw a significant progress in recent decades in terms of local or domestic debt markets, but there is still ample margin for these to deepen and improve. And this has to do with institutional capacities of these debt associations all the way to more macroeconomic contexts of, for example, interaction with reforms such as pensions that in many cases have been catalyzing impact for the domestic debt markets. But this is part of our discussion ongoing in Latin America and the Caribbean, the development of these domestic debt markets. And then a reaction to Hector's comment. And reducing expanding is very difficult, but I do believe that there is a possibility of being highly selective in what we reduce and what we do not. So I think that this is a discussion that we're going to get into in further detail in coming sessions, not about painful reductions, but reduction of inefficiencies, technical inefficiencies in the expenditure. And this has a minor social cost. But the paradigmatic case of an inefficient expenditure is regressive subsidies for energy. They're not good for the environment and not good socially. And we can talk about that in the next session. Thank you. And now I will hand over to Jose Manuel. Yes, well, thank you very much. I believe that this is a key conversation combining technical and political elements. I believe that in terms of diagnosis, we've made much progress, and there are many elements in common. From Emilio's presentation, I thought his analysis of the main actors very interesting, who's influenced in debt reduction. And the result is very sound in terms of the recommendation of not using high inflation to do this. And this is relevant. And so I believe that what Daniel, you recovered is really a major part of our analysis of our message in the endogeneity of growth. This is not always seen in that light. I think that there is always this culture that for historical reasons we have been sharing in the ministries of finance and among experts of remaining in that sort of silo. And so I think that this is a change that requires a decision in Latin America and the Caribbean. Ministers of finance should get into more aligned ministries and production and growth. So the issue of bringing this to a territorial level, because once again, well, the other day we had here a very interesting seminar or an event, a joint event with IDB, and it was excellent, very good results, but highly focused on the budget side and income, and very silent regarding the role of the Ministry of Finance in promoting growth and joint work. I think that there is a very important cultural change that is needed in conceptually and then practical. And then this message that the debt relief should be considered as a tool for growth. Although we have all the technical side, and that is the world in itself, and it is a complex and very broad discussion, but nevertheless, it is a growth instrument. And then, what's to be done? Antonio, you and your proposal and your document and what you have wrote about so proliferally, I think that there is a window of opportunity here in the world right now, because what has happened is a cascade, quite unique. So extraordinary times, extraordinary reactions. And so I think that the call here is for an opportunity for the ministries of finance. They have a very unique role to play here. maybe in the region we could move ahead and having an agreement regarding some of these elements, recognizing, of course, we have consensus here in the hall that this is an essential aspect of development, but we need to see common positions, many conversations in different fora, IMF, worldwide, UN, and try to have one voice coming from this region. I think that this is an opportunity with the presidency of Brazil, the G20. I would be very surprised if this does not have a very high profile in the G20. It has it already, but with the presidency of Brazil, even more so. So we must make the most of this opportunity to really move ahead in a matter that, as we can see with all these studies, would make a tremendous difference to the development outlook in the region. Well, thank you. Yes. And now this session, same as the yesterday's, is having a very special characteristic of our fiscal seminars, and that is that we're going keeping to our time. So, and now I invite you to share a cup of coffee before the next session. Thank you.
Buenas.
So, good morning once again, and thank you very much for staying with us, and especially the audience following us by streaming and those in person. We're going to continue with the session 3, Fiscal Policy Challenges in a Complex Macroeconomic Scenario, Perspective of International Organizations. This session is historical and quite important. When we have, for several years now, that this seminar, when we bring in various international agencies working on fiscal policy in the region. Some of these with whom we have collaboration in fiscal or macroeconomic matters and others that not. We have collaboration, but always with the idea of having a broad perspective of the region from the viewpoint of different agencies. And so today we're happy to have here participation by a team of the OECD, the Development Center, as well as the Center for Tax Policy and Administration, as well as the Department of Public Finances from the World Bank, the IDB, and EXA. We will have six speakers, although it is joint, and each person will have 15 to 20 minutes. And at the end, we will have time to continue with remarks. And I invite you to go thinking of your questions and remarks, which is another feature of this seminar, to try and have a rich discussion on these matters in the context that we encourage here, reflecting on the region. So I would like to begin by recognizing Ragnar Armadotti, Director of the Development Center at the OECD. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Intervention. Next time, a little longer. Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is such a pleasure to be here with you today and participate in this excellent seminar. And it's been very, very insightful and informative to witness the discussion here, both today and yesterday. And we are here to share some of the insights from the work of the OECD Development Center on fiscal policies and in Latin America and the Caribbean. And of course, fiscal policy is not an end in itself, but it's a powerful tool to address development issues. So let me just begin this presentation by highlighting some of the socioeconomic challenges that the region is facing. And then my colleague Sebastian Nieto, he will then dive deeper into our findings and recommendations on fiscal policy. So if we start by looking at growth, in 2021, Latin America rebounded strongly from the impacts of COVID-19. Today, the recovery seems to be slowing down, as has been discussed here in the previous sessions. And potential GDP per capita growth is around 0.7% up to 2022. The figure is well below of those in emerging economies in other regions, and it's also below that of high-income economies, where potential growth lies around 2% up to 2022. And the challenges that we have in front of us is that we need to find new engines for growth. And here I'm echoing the message from Jose Manuel this morning and others that have spoken before me. And as we pursue growth, we also need to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected. And social conditions in LAC are at a worse level than they were before COVID-19. And our partners here at UN ECLAC find that in 2022, close to 1/3 of the population in LAC was in poverty, and close to 15% in extreme poverty. And this situation is, of course, aggravated by high inflation rates. And our estimates show that in 2022, extremely poor households in LAC endured an average price increase that was 5% higher than the average household. And this is a trend that we see across the world, actually. So in this difficult context, how can monetary and fiscal policies in the LAC region both promote macroeconomic stability while at the same time protect the most vulnerable? First, I would like to mention that central banks have a key role to play to contain inflation, and we've seen that countries like Brazil, Chile, Colombia, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay use inflation targeting regimes. Countries in the LAC region need to continue controlling inflation rates and anchoring inflation expectations. Regarding the fiscal policy, the region needs to mobilize more resources and target them better towards the most vulnerable. This can be done through safety net interventions, and we need to promote universal, comprehensive, resilient, and sustainable social protection systems. Most fiscal stimuli in response to the COVID-19 crisis have been rolled back. But debt levels require attention, and they're high, as pointed out in the last session by Emilio, my colleague here on my left. But debt levels require attention. As I said, they are high. The ratio of debt over tax revenues rose from 230% in 2013 at the end of the commodities boom to more than 400% in 2020. And the challenge is thus how to design comprehensive and sequenced fiscal strategies that can boost development in LAC. And before I pass the floor to Sebastian, let me underline that international organizations need to help implement the implementation of this agenda. And one of our main contributions here from the Development Center's point of view, as well as with our partners at ACLAC, is the annual Latin American Economic Outlook, the LEO, that we, as I said, published jointly with ACLAC, the CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, and the European Commission. Our most recent editions have focused on very diverse policy challenges, including the digital transformation, social protection, and the green and just transition. And on all of these issues, we think that better fiscal policy will be a key driver for policymakers. And to transform the region's economies, we will need fiscal strategies that combine more efficient and progressive taxation, improve the quality and targeting of public expenditure, and improve debt management. And we are now working on the 2023 edition, which will focus on the substantial investment that will be needed to transform production models. And this is sort of a follow-up, the next part following the LEO of 2022, where we focused on the just and green transition. And so the question is, how can the LAC region mobilize public funds in a more sustainable manner? And I am very delighted to have such good partners and good colleagues to work on this on these issues. And I look forward to continuing the collaboration. And in this regards, I want to thank our colleagues at UN ACLAC, and especially Jose Manuel, for organizing and inviting us to this very important and timely discussion. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor over now to Sebastian. Or I'm not going to give the floor over to him.
You're giving him the floor. Voy a presentar a Sebastián.
I would like to introduce Sebastián Neto Parra is head of Latin American and Caribbean of the Development Center of the OECD. Sebastián. Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Ragnar. I would like to continue with the presentation and discuss in greater detail the development of fiscal policy in Latin America. And for that purpose, we will talk about the primary fiscal balance in the region and how this primary balance for more than a decade has been below what we need in order to stabilize the debt. We have seen post-COVID a primary balance that has been low, and that shows or reveals not only the challenge that we have looking ahead, but how in other years we have accumulated greater indebtedness in the region. And a fundamental element behind this is how growth rates of the GDP have remained below the implicit interest rate of the public debt in Latin America. And once again, except for the year of recovery post-pandemic, we have evidenced a low economic or weak economic growth, close to 2%, which is below the implicit debt level of in the region, which is close to 6%. Now, vis-a-vis that scenario, during the previous session, we discussed that the debt levels have grown. And of course, depending on the different perspectives that we have on the evolution of the growth of the GDP and on the evolution of primary balance or on the evolution of interest rates, we can have a substantial increase of public debt in Latin America. If you look at the first graph, you find different growth rates of the GDP. And except for the bonanza period that we had as a result of raw materials between 2004 and 2007, if we have similar growth rates, the level of the debt will remain stable in the region. Something is completely different if we have the scenarios of economic growth similar to the past 10 years that has been very weak and will lead to significant increase in public debt. And changes are not substantial if we deal with primary balance, and we see that in implicit interest rates. And once again, what we are evidencing is that is a scenario whereby we have the highest interest rates of the last 10 years. And thus we would have a level of debt that would increase substantially in Latin America. And to echo what was mentioned beforehand with regards to different characteristics of public debt in Latin America and the variables that can impact its trends. In accordance with that public debt scenario, we have to think about how to improve fiscal management, aware that we have an important demand for greater public services, for a better quality social spending. And in Latin America, and this is data that we obtained in a joint exercise with XXXV, analyzing social expenditure in Latin America versus the OECD, we find that social expenditure in Latin America is close to 12%. And in the OECD, it's close to 20%. So again, we have to respond to a social discontent that has been growing over the past few years in the region, and the way, and therefore we have to emphasize a better focusing of social expenditure in the region. Faced with a scenario of bigger debt and with a strong demand for a better targeting of social expenditure, and in some cases of increasing this expenditure, we have to see how the taxation policy plays an important role within this agenda. Something that we will insist upon this afternoon and during the launch of the report on statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean. And that refers to how much we collect in the region. We're talking of 10 percentage points less than what we obtain in the OECD countries. And above all, how we can improve the taxation infrastructure. We will talk about taxes levied on physical persons, but how the infrastructure of the structure of taxes, of corporate tax, can be improved in the region. Today, we are talking of a collection of companies, which is greater in Latin America with regards to GDP than in the OECD. We're talking of 0.5% of more or greater collection on the part of corporate tax in Latin America compared to OECD countries. And in some Latin American countries, that can come close to 7% of the GDP. So we have to analyze this in greater detail in terms of how to improve the tax infrastructure, especially in terms of corporate tax. This is an exercise that we are conducting, beginning with the statutory rates that are very similar to what we find on average in the OECD. We see that the effective rate on average for corporate tax is lower in Latin America. And that is something contradictory with what I said beforehand. And especially what we find here is that capital institutions in the OECD will be greater than what we find in Latin American countries. And that is a very important factor for investment. So on the one hand, we see deductions that are less generous for capital in Latin America. But on the other hand, and taking into consideration the case of three countries, there are some tax incentives in some economic sectors where the collection drops significantly. And that does not necessarily have the expected impact in economic or social terms and in terms of the creation of employment. And so there are a multiplicity of programs which mean that collection drops significantly in some countries in Latin America. So once again, the idea is not only to view how we collect less in terms of corporate tax, but how we improve certain tax incentives that are being provided to corporations in Latin America and that have not had the expected effect. And the first indicator that we can see the investment rate in Latin America, which is in Latin America is close to 20%, which is well below that of many emerging economies and even lower than what we have in advanced economies. And therefore, we have to define, and this is what I already referred to, that we have to analyze what type of growth model we want in the region, what sectors do we want to bet on, and dealing with investments and thinking about the green transition. The idea would be how to, we would like to see that investment in the green sector is fundamental to create the jobs that we want. If we grow at 3 percentage points, additional 3 percentage points in the green sector, we would have a net increase of formal employment in Latin America. And that is fundamental if we take into consideration that there will be a distribution of employment in these sectors as a result of decarbonization policies that we are committed to in Latin America. So beyond the mitigation policies and adaptation accompanied with investments, and not only public but also private in the region. So faced with this, in order to conclude, with regards to the green transition and fiscal policy, we must remember that taxes related to the environment in Latin America are close to 1% of the GDP, and in OECD countries we're talking of close to 2% of the GDP. And we must analyze how we can collect more with that type of tax, but again, focusing expenditure on the most vulnerable sectors of our population to prevent the social discontent of that type of measure, and also how, in terms of expenditure, we can improve this and prevent generalized subsidies, for example, for electricity, which is something that we find in Latin America. This is a fiscal transition, which is what we need. Underscoring what José Antonio Campos said in terms of taking into consideration how much we collect today in terms of fossil fuels, in terms of mining in Latin America, and that we need a fiscal transition phase when we talk about the green transition in our region. And as we're mentioning in some countries that are in this graph, we're talking of 3% of the GDP in terms of collections as a result of fossil fuels. And we must also think about debt instruments that have grown in the region. And there are interesting examples. The case of Chile, which issued the first global bond with and the characteristics of these green, social, and sustainable bonds. In the case of Colombia, which was the first one to issue a bond in the local market, and recently Uruguay, that went out into the global market with an interest rate which is lower than the traditional global bonds. And so there's a double impact there that can be expected in terms of lower costs of the debt, but also bonds that guarantee this green transition that we want in the region. A good piece of news is that the appetite has grown as a result of different investment funds, institutional funds, and thus this demand means that these types of assets are obtaining good prices from the market. Challenges that lie ahead, and this has to do with the meeting of the global financial agreement quoted by President Macron in June 2022, implies how to improve the green taxonomy, which is defined as green bonds or sustainable social bonds. And there is still a lot of coordination to be established at an international level for these definitions. To conclude, undoubtedly, we are in an environment whereby fiscal policy is at the very center of public policies, aware of the restrictions that we have in monetary terms, and increasingly expansive policies from the fiscal side are welcome under the framework of a fiscal framework, but we have to take into consideration disparities in the region. We must be aware of the sequence of actions that we need, how to prioritize as some over others, to be aware of a consensus, and that linked to the social contract that we need in Latin America, which involves civil society and the private sector in policy decisions with effective communication based on evidence. And that is one of the roles that we play in the OECD and with international cooperation that David will subsequently discuss what the OECD has been doing, but also linked to the experiences in terms of taxation reforms in the world that may be useful for Latin America. Thus, I conclude once again. Thank you very much to ECLAC for this invitation and for being able to share our work.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Radha and Sebastian, for that interesting presentation. And of course, the relevance of highlighting these ideas, how to dynamize growth in future based on a model that leads to sustainability and decarbonization, how to address the issue of debt in the context of greater demand for public expenditure and investment. And with several themes mentioned that we will be seeing later on, such as the tax features that we will be talking about in the afternoon, and of course, for this issue of the diplomatic sovereign missions, and the last session of the day will be dealing with that. So now we will continue the handover to Era Dabla Norris, Assistant Director of the Fiscal Affairs Department at IMF, and we have a presentation for Era.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be here. This is my first visit to ECLAC and to Santiago, and I hope the first of many. I look forward, I'm very honored to be here on a panel with my illustrious colleagues from other development agencies. In my remarks today, I'd like to focus on both the short run, which is the impact of fiscal policy in a world of high inflation, as well as some of the longer term challenges that the region is facing. So first, just looking at public finances around the world, not just in Latin America. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, if you will. Since the pandemic, public finances have gone through large swings, reflecting unprecedented shocks, series of shocks. And global public debt and deficits surged in 2020, both primary balances as well as public debt, but they're now on a normalizing path, as seen in the chart on the left-hand side. And they're approaching pre-pandemic levels in 2022. From a global perspective, the two countries with the largest increases of debt going forward are actually the US and China, which actually doesn't bode well for emerging market and developing countries because of spillovers. But when you focus in on Latin America as a whole, we see from the right-hand side chart that public debt is expected to stabilize at around 70% of GDP by 2028. But I should note that this constitutes an upward revision compared to pre-pandemic projections, as seen in the right-hand chart. So what this essentially means is that debt vulnerabilities have risen in the region. So first, we wanted to better understand what really explains sort of this better public finance position that we saw in the last year. What really explains this unusually rapid change in public debt in 2021 and 2022. And here we're showing you the results of debt decompositions for the global economy, as well as for Latin America, and these point to a number of drivers. For the world as a whole, as seen on the left-hand side chart, public debt fell in both advanced and emerging market economies due to a combination of factors. First, growth rebounded from the troughs of the pandemic, and we also saw inflation surprises, so unexpectedly high inflation in a range of countries. In low-income developing countries, however, a combination of factors, exchange rate depreciation, larger primary deficits, and nominal interest rate increases more than offset the debt-reducing impact of inflation surprises. When we zoom in on Latin America, on the right-hand side chart, there are differences across countries. For instance, debt dynamics actually improved in Brazil, in Mexico, in Costa Rica, in Jamaica, due to very strong nominal growth. This is both higher real GDP growth as well as inflation. But the improvement was somewhat offset by higher nominal interest rates as monetary policy tightened to tackle inflation. So this sort of leads to the question of how does inflation affect public finances? Or how has it affected public finances in the last year or so? And what we see in this chart is that tax buoyancy related to inflation surprises in 2022 resulted in positive revenue surprises compared to expenditure surprises in many countries. And the difference between the two is explained in part by the degree of indexation of wages and prices that you see across the world. Overall, we see that revenue surprises amounted to around 3.1% of GDP in advanced economies, as shown in the left-hand side chart, and on average about 2.5% of GDP in select emerging market economies, as shown in the right-hand side chart. Now, commodity exporters like Brazil, and we have Brazil here in the chart, experience even larger revenue surprises because they face a positive terms of trade shocks. Commodity importers in the region, in Latin America, however, suffered a negative terms of trade shock, and so you see much smaller revenue surprises there. Some countries, including in Latin America, actually saved these revenue windfalls, albeit to different degrees, as shown in the difference between the two bars, which is the revenue surprises and the expenditure surprises. And this actually helped to lower public debt. But I should note that even in the absence of these revenue surprises, some countries, including in the region, observed significant declines in debt ratios due to rising nominal GDP. So, how does inflation affect public finances? In order to better understand this, we used econometric analysis, annual data, historical data, and the local projections method for a large sample of countries, and the results of which are shown in this chart. What we find is that systematically, even in the past, unexpected or surprise inflationary shocks in the GDP inflator lead to a statistically significant decline in the public debt to GDP ratio over the medium term. And this is notably for countries with initially high levels of public debt. So essentially, what this means is that the decline in debt is coming at the expense of bondholders. And this you see in the left-hand side chart. Now, when you look at the right-hand side chart, we find that attempts to keep surprising bondholders is neither desirable nor is it sustainable. So as you see in the right-hand side chart, when inflation becomes expected, notably because it becomes persistent, the reduction effect on the debt to GDP ratio disappears. So in essence, we find that yes, even in this current episode, while inflation suppressors have helped in bringing down debt, this is not necessarily a sustainable strategy going forward. In this chart, in this slide, we use data at a quarterly frequency and show that this effect of inflation on debt in the short term is not only caused by a denominator effect. That means that nominal GDP is larger, but also by initial significant improvements in fiscal balances. As can be seen from this series of charts here, inflation surprises can lead to an improvement in the overall balance and a reduction in primary spending, at least in the short term. Our colleagues from the OECD, my colleagues just mentioned the impact of inflation on the distributive effects of inflation on poor. So we wanted to better understand who does inflation actually hurt the most. Traditionally, we look at the consumption basket channel. Right? The poor tend to consume certain goods, and if the price of food, for instance, goes up, because this is disproportionately a large share in their consumption basket, higher prices of food hurt the poor by more, disproportionately more than other income groups. But what we did here is that we looked at different types of channels through which inflation could impact households. The standard consumption basket channel that my colleagues from the OECD spoke of, but we also looked at the income channel. This is the impact of inflation on wages, on pensions, on transfers, as well as the wealth channel. This is the impact of inflation on asset prices. And here we're excluding housing and only looking at liquid assets. And why is this important? It's important because when governments are thinking about who to protect, what kind of transfer systems to put in place, you see from the example of these three countries, very different countries, we have Kenya here, Colombia, and Finland, that the impact of all these three channels can be very complex. Clearly, in all three countries, the consumption basket, well, at least in Kenya and in Colombia, the consumption basket channel disproportionately hurts the poor. And this is particularly true in low-income countries where food and other such items tend to be a much larger share of the consumption basket. However, the redistributive effects of inflation are much more complex when changes in the nominal values of income and wealth are considered. In Colombia and in Finland, the nominal changes in remuneration of households through wages, pensions, and other income actually have a dominant effect for most of the household's income quintiles. But wealth effects also play a role, and their importance varies across households. So for instance, families in the middle income quintiles tend to be on average net borrowers, at least in terms of liquid assets. So inflation can actually have positive effects on household finances. So what this seems to suggest is that we shouldn't assume as a given that inflation hurts everyone. Some income groups could actually benefit from inflation because they're net borrowers, they own wealth. And so as governments think about assisting the vulnerable, we need to be clear about who the vulnerable are in societies, particularly in Latin America, where we have countries with limited fiscal space. Now I want to turn to the next sort of linkage. So far I've spoken about how inflation affects public finances and its redistributive effects. Here I wanted to turn to a very critical issue that a lot of countries in the region are facing, which is how do we bring inflation down and what role can monetary policy play? In Latin America, as a region, countries in the region were among the first to tighten monetary policy when inflation began to surge. But inflation, while headline inflation is coming down, core inflation remains persistently high in many countries. And the question is, does monetary policy have to do a lot more? Is there a role for fiscal policy to play in bringing inflation down? So in order to analyze this question, we examined how different forms of fiscal restraint by the government can help monetary policy in achieving price stabilization using a model-based analysis. Without going into the detail, this is a Hank model, a heterogeneous agent Keynesian model. The slide here shows two scenarios. In both scenarios, monetary policy follows a simple Taylor rule, but fiscal policy is tightened through an improvement in fiscal balance. In the top scenario, we consider a 1% of GDP decline in the primary balance. And in the second scenario, at the bottom, we consider an even larger cut in the primary balance of 1.5 percentage points of GDP. But at the same time, this is combined by transfers to the two poorest household income quintile, which increase by 0.5%. So we have a combination. In the top, we have fiscal policy tightening to support monetary policy. In the bottom, we have fiscal policy tightening even more, with a commensurate increase in transfers for the bottom two quintiles of the population. And what the results here indicate is that while inflation falls in both scenarios, targeted fiscal restraint can actually help distributive effects. Inflation falls in this scenario, but overall consumption falls significantly less as the poor receive more transfers. So what is the bottom line here? The bottom line here is that fiscal restraint can ease the burden of monetary policy in bringing inflation back to target in the region. And governments can prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable while scaling back broad-based fiscal support that isn't warranted in a high inflation environment. Let me now turn to some longer-standing challenges in the region. And this is the issue of growing debt burdens. The first session today spoke to this issue in greater detail. What we see around the world, not just in Latin America, is that debt burdens are increasing. And the left-hand side chart, which showed debt burdens measured as a median interest payment as a percentage of tax remain elevated for countries in Latin America and Caribbean. So it's sort of the yellow line, if you will. It's hard to see in figures, but it's the yellow line. And for Latin America and Caribbean countries, it remains particularly elevated interest debt burdens. The right-hand side chart shows that sovereign spreads for many emerging market and developing countries, including in Latin America, have increased in recent months. And this points to rising borrowing costs, which create very difficult trade-offs for governments in the region, given pressing development and other social needs. Now, why is this a concern? This is a concern because higher debt and rising sovereign spreads raises sovereign default risk when global financial conditions tighten, as can be seen in the left-hand side chart. And this is, a big open-ended question as to what will happen globally to financial conditions, because inflation remains persistently and stubbornly high, even in the US and in the euro area. So I think that the risk of tighter global financial conditions for long remains very much a fact in the region. Weak fiscal positions can also heighten the risk of what we call a sovereign doom loop, in which declines in sovereign bond prices hurt the banks, and the weaker macro outlook in turn undermines the sovereign's creditworthiness. Weak fiscal positions can also increase the risks of fiscal dominance and risk the anchoring of inflation expectations. Here I should add that central banks in the region have really made valiant efforts to strengthen frameworks to ensure independence and credibility of their policies. But fiscal dominance can essentially unwind all the good work that has been done in recent decades. In fact, IMF research has shown how deteriorating positions in emerging market economies tend to put an upward pressure on long-term inflation expectations, complicating the task of monetary policy, as seen in the right-hand side chart. So all told, fiscal restraint can mitigate the challenge of bringing down inflation and reducing financial and debt vulnerabilities that make the fight against inflation even harder. And this can be done in a way that's still progressive by protecting the most vulnerable from the ill effects of inflation. Both yesterday and more recently in this session, we spoke of the imperative to mobilize revenues in Latin America to address pressing social needs, infrastructure needs, to tackle climate change, to ensure green transition, to adapt to climate change in Latin American countries, in the Caribbean island economies that are very susceptible and highly exposed to climate change. But when you look at emerging market and developing countries as a whole, and this is not just focusing on Latin America here, we see that tax collection has actually stagnated after the global financial crisis. And this mostly owes to slow progress in personal income tax collection. And here we should, I should underscore, particularly in the Latin American Caribbean region, this is occurring against the backdrop of stubbornly large informal sectors, as well as weak corporate income and indirect tax performance. So what does this mean? What this means is that we need to rethink what we tax and how we tax. And this calls for rethinking tax systems and boosting revenues by adopting and implementing medium-term revenue strategies, something that the fund has been advocating for several years now. And these should include reducing levels of informality, establishing effective reporting and auditing systems in synergy with digitalization efforts, and improving incentives for tax compliance in a cost-effective manner. Tax policy settings in the region will also need to be redesigned, revenue agencies upgraded, and legal frameworks strengthened to build efficient, equitable, and effective tax policy frameworks. And here, as I mentioned yesterday, the IMF has been very engaged in the region, both through technical assistance and capacity development in individual countries, partnering with our colleagues from the IDB. We've been working on strengthening tax administration, so how you collect revenues becomes equally important, not just what you are taxing. And we look forward to continuing our partnership with your countries in the coming years. So let me conclude by making a few points in terms of main messages that we see. When we look back in the last year or so, we've seen that inflation shocks have been associated with a fall in public debt over the medium term and with an initial improvement in fiscal balance. And we see this also in the region. But we know, and we see this in the data as well, that inflating debt away is neither a desirable nor a sustainable strategy. So something will need to be done to address the persistently high inflation that we see in the region and elsewhere. Secondly, I've also shown that the redistributive effects of inflation on households are much more complex than usually thought. Middle income, higher income households, relatively higher income households are also net borrowers. And sometimes we forget this. So when governments in the region put in place social protection systems or put in or implement transfers to protect the vulnerable, it's also important to understand who are the vulnerable, given limited fiscal space and rising debt vulnerabilities. Third, in many countries, fiscal policy will need to tighten to ease inflation pressures in line with monetary tightening. So in other words, fiscal and monetary will have to act in conjunction with each other, not at odds with each other. And this can be done while protecting the vulnerable groups of society. Finally, much more ambitious fiscal strategies are needed in the region to bring down debt risks, to build or to rebuild fiscal buffers in a progressive way to address existing and emerging social needs. So going back to the pre-pandemic, relatively strong fiscal positions will mean, thoughtful fiscal strategies, will mean progressive fiscal strategies, will mean fiscal strategies that work in combination and not at odds with monetary policy. My final point that I'd like to make is that given rising debt vulnerabilities in many countries, the question of how to bring that down, when to restructure debt, and how this can be done in a way that imposes these costs on a country's citizens. These kinds of questions, I think, really come to the fore in this particular environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Era. Muchas gracias por esta también muy completa e interesante.
Thank you for this very complete and interesting presentation of the analysis that we prepared for the fiscal monitor this year and the interesting results obtained related to the impact of inflation on fiscal policy on distributed effects on households and this interaction between fiscal policy and monetary policy and the need to strengthen taxation policy. So now I'd like to offer the floor to David Bradbury, who is Deputy Director of the Center for Tax Policy and Administration, OECD. David also has a presentation. Maybe you can show that. Thank you.
To Jose Manuel and Daniel and the team, thank you for the invitation, the opportunity to be here and to share in these very interesting and I think very constructive discussions. Now, what am I going to say after what you've already heard? It's been fairly comprehensive what you've seen so far. So what I would like to do is to drill down into the tax policy elements of this discussion. And beginning with some of the key messages that I would like to impart in the course of this presentation. Firstly, and as you will see when we launch the latest edition of revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean later today, the average tax to GDP ratio in the region, even though it's risen significantly over time, particularly since 1990, it still remains well below the OECD average. Now, that of itself shouldn't necessarily worry you. The OECD average is just an average. It's an average of the OECD countries. But what it does provide is a benchmark, if you like, against which you may wish to judge the extent to which in your economies you are mobilising domestic resources. Another message that I would like to convey is the importance of enhancing the personal income tax. I thought that Era's presentation just a few moments ago really teased out some of the key elements as to some of the benefits that can flow from having a strong and comprehensive personal income tax system. There is more work that can be done in the region. I know it's not easy, and because of the informality challenges, there are real challenges there. But in this high inflationary environment, we do see, particularly in the form of revenue boosts that come from higher nominal wages pushing workers into higher tax brackets, that there is the opportunity to generate those additional revenues, and at the same time to do that through what is one of the most progressive taxes that we have, personal income tax. Of course, the VAT continues to be the largest source of tax revenues across the region on average. And I think that is a timely reminder to ensure that we are aligning our VAT systems, not just with our traditional economies, but also bringing them into line with the challenges of digitalisation. And that's where the regional toolkit that we developed and released last year, I think, provides some real helpful guidance in how to implement these reforms that can ensure that you're able to capture the VAT revenues from cross-border digital trade, which is becoming an increasingly important part of all of our economies, but certainly in the region, this is particularly notable. Of course, when it comes to revenues from non-renewable natural resources, they play an important role in the region and in many of your countries in particular. But they are volatile sources of revenue, and that means that they require careful management over the longer term. And it's dangerous to rely upon them indefinitely. Certainly you can benefit from them, and as I think we saw from the earlier presentation, there are some real benefits and some revenue boosts that have been achieved in recent years, but across another. And I think it is worth recognising that tax policy has an important role to play and can play an even more important role in helping countries realise their commitments towards net zero emissions by the middle of the century. And in that sense, information sharing also has an important role to play. So I'm going to begin with some long-term revenue trends in the LAC region. After that, I'll very briefly share with you what we've identified as being some of the global tax policy trends that have emerged, in particular over the last year or so. And then I'd like to drill down into a couple of projects that the OECD is involved with that may be of interest to you, before concluding with a broader discussion about some areas of international tax cooperation, I think, and hope will also be of interest to you. So moving into the long-term trends, I mentioned earlier that we have seen good progress when it comes to revenue mobilisation in the region, and that's certainly evidenced in this particular graph that shows that gap between the LAC average and the OECD average has narrowed over time. And in fact, it was the tax to GDP ratio average in the region was only 14.7% back in 1990. Yet in 2021, it finds itself up at 21.7%. So that's a significant increase. And that the OECD average, of course, is at 34.1%. There's a lot of diversity across the OECD as well. So that's always worth recognising. But that gap, if you like, between the OECD and LAC averages is really reduced down to 12.5% in 2021. So that's, I think, a real credit to the revenue mobilisation efforts that you've all sought to put in place over the years. Now, if I move to the next graph, you can see here that those increased revenues have been driven largely by the VAT. And over that period from 1990, some countries in the region have introduced VATs, and obviously that contributes to the regional average. But we've also seen income taxes play an important role. Income taxes are both across personal and corporate income tax. If we move to the next slide here, I like this slide in particular if you look at the left panel. And in particular, you look at the light blue shaded section and the hatched section above that. So the light blue section is the VAT, and the section above it is specific taxes on consumption. And what we see over time is consistently a significant reliance in the region on consumption taxes, and we all know that. But we've also seen a shift in that balance. That as the VAT has started to do some of the heavy lifting, those specific taxes on consumption have been reduced. But in general terms, we see largely the combined effect of those two types of taxes playing an important role in the overall revenue mix. And that will no doubt continue to be the case moving forward. If we move to the next graph which shows what's happening in terms of income taxes. And you can see the line at the top is the combined effect of both personal and corporate income taxes. The dotted line in the middle is corporate income taxes, and the dotted line at the bottom is personal income taxes. You see a lot more volatility in the corporate income tax space, but it is accounting for a larger share. And I think that if we want to make our tax bases more resilient, we need to get the personal income tax playing more of a role. I think that's clear. It's a challenge because of the informality questions, but I think that both in terms of ensuring a more stable and sustainable revenue base, but also one where that tax that has the greatest role to play in terms of progressivity is really able to play that role, we will need to work towards that. And so just moving to this final slide in this section of the presentation, we see some of the volatility of non-renewable natural resources. And of course, you know, the particular data points that are shown on this graph end in 2022, but no doubt we're all aware that what's occurred in the time since is also likely to demonstrate even greater volatility there. Now, to the extent that your economies are exposed to natural resources, then that may well be producing a short-term benefit, and that's one that I'm sure is welcome, and you saw evidence of that in Ira's presentation a few moments ago. But to the extent that you're not, then many people within your economies have also suffered from the increased prices that have also flowed from that. So moving to what we've observed in terms of global tax policy trends, and we issue a report on an annual basis which tracks global tax policy trends, not just across the 38 OECD countries, but last year's report had about 70 countries involved, many from within the region. And what did we find in last year's report? Well, we saw personal income tax and social security contributions. In that respect, we saw affordability concerns driving some narrowing of tax bases, particularly the personal income tax, and that was often through more generous allowances, increases in earned income tax credits or childcare tax credits. In the corporate income tax space, we saw increased generosity when it came to incentives. And Sebastian's presentation a bit earlier showed the extent to which incentives can play a role in driving down effective tax rates in the region. And that certainly has been the case over recent times. But we've also seen against that a number of economies have introduced temporary windfall taxes in order to take advantage of those one-off but very steep and significant increases in profits that have been generated, particularly by resource companies. In the VAT GST space, we have seen a number of governments, particularly in relation to energy and food products, temporarily reducing those rates to try and ease or cushion the impact of higher energy prices. That's been very widely observed in Europe, I guess, where in particular some of the effects of the Russia invasion of Ukraine have been felt. And price support measures have been a crucial part of that response. In terms of environmentally related taxes, we've also seen many of them reduced in order to address that issue. But if you step back for a minute and think about where we need to be in terms of our net zero emissions objectives, then that is counterintuitive and counter to where ultimately I think we would like to be. And just to conclude on property taxes, we see a number of governments looking to tweak those in order to try and address some of the affordability issues that are being faced. Now, just moving on to a couple of projects that may be of interest that we are carrying out with a focus on the region, and one is the tobacco taxation in the LAC region initiative. This is a joint project that we are carrying out with financial support from the Gates Foundation and the Bloomberg Foundations combined, and it involves a partnership with the World Health Organization. And we'll be taking stock of tobacco excise duties and past reforms that many of you have carried out in the region. And the idea here is to really try and understand what the hurdles are to implementing effective tax reform in this area. And I know that one of them, no doubt, is going to be, as you increase these taxes, illicit trade is obviously a concern, and in a region where cross-border illicit trade can also become a particular concern, I think this is a particularly relevant issue to be trying to address with a regional lens or a regional focus. Part of this project will involve 3 country studies. We have not yet determined exactly which countries will be the subject of those studies, so I really extend an open invitation to you all. To the extent that you might be interested in participating in this, please don't hesitate to come forward and to let us know, because we welcome the opportunity to work in partnership with you. We will be holding a workshop on tobacco taxation in the region in conjunction with the Black Fiscal Policy Forum at the end of the year. So we'll be engaging with you. We've sent some invitations out to both finance ministries and also tax administrations. If you're not aware of those invitations and you are interested, please come and see me in the lunch or coffee break, and I'd be very happy to put you in touch with the relevant people. Another project that we are working on is financing social protection in developing countries through tax reform. This is really with a focus on domestic resource mobilisation with that social protection dimension in focus. We'll be doing 6 country studies over the 23 to 2025 period, and we're doing that in conjunction with our good friends and colleagues from the OECD Development Centre. Once again, the country selection is ongoing. So if you're interested in this, please let us know, because we haven't yet determined who the countries that will be the subject of that study will be. And it's really about trying to better understand how we can use tax policy and tax systems to strengthen social protection. And that's based on a framework that we've been developing. It will also obviously take into account the important interactions with informality. Now, moving to the next slide and the last one in this particular part of the presentation, and that's the work that we've been doing on informality and the design of presumptive tax regimes. We do think that presumptive tax regimes, where they are well and effectively designed, can play a very important role in tackling some of the informality challenges that our economies face. Many economies in the region obviously face these challenges. We see presumptive taxes often as a way of making it easier to comply and incentivising firms and individuals to comply rather than seeing the payment of taxation as being all downside. We have produced a working paper that's available on our website, but it's quite a comprehensive analysis of the range of presumptive taxes that countries have in place, with the development of a series of guiding principles that will help with the design and implementation of presumptive taxes in your jurisdiction. There are obviously a whole range of trade-offs and issues that need to be weighed and balanced against each other. And I think this working paper helpfully provides you with some attention and focus on what those trade-offs are. So we certainly encourage those of you that have an interest in this area to have a look at that. And just moving finally to the last couple of slides that I have on international cooperation, tax cooperation. I had the opportunity to speak a little yesterday about the work that we've been doing through the inclusive framework on BEPS, on the 2 pillars. And I won't spend a lot of time talking about that today, but I thought I should put on the slide pillars. We talk about the pillars, but let's visualize them with a couple of pillars on the slide. And for the 2 pillars, you actually have the 4 components. The amount A, which is the new allocation of taxing rights to market jurisdictions, regardless of whether there's physical presence, which I think is a substantial reform of the international corporate tax rules. Amount B, which is a simplification and streamlining of the way in which the transfer pricing rules, or the arm's length principle, is applied to various marketing and distribution activities. And then in terms of Pillar 2, the global minimum tax, which we already have, more than 40 jurisdictions have made announcements or commenced implementing. And we estimate that around more than 90% of multinationals with a turnover above 750 million euros, and that's the target of the minimum tax. 90% or more than 90% of those firms will be affected and in scope if the countries that have already started implement by the time we get to 2025. So even though we expect many other countries to join, over 90% of those firms will already be in scope. And then, of course, there's the subject to tax rule, which is of particular interest to many low-income and developing countries, but is also relevant, I think, for countries looking to protect their tax base against base eroding payments. I mentioned yesterday, and I just repeated quickly, that we are looking to do a whole range of things and initiatives in the capacity building space. There's no point having these wonderful new rules if countries are not able to implement them effectively and get the benefits, both from a revenue perspective, but also in terms of achieving a greater degree of tax cooperation and coordination across borders. I won't go into each of the things on this slide other than to say, in particular, the work that we are doing, the implementation of the minimum tax, the global minimum tax, I think, offers particular benefits. In the impact assessment work that we've done, we've estimated that globally, the global minimum tax will generate every year somewhere in the order of $200 billion in additional tax revenues. It's important that as countries, you are all ensuring that you are getting the fair allocation of those additional taxes. And just to highlight this point, the way the rules are designed, whether you implement the changes or not, some country is going to get the benefit of that top-up tax. So it really doesn't reduce your competitiveness by doing so, but there's a great incentive to implement the global minimum tax, which will help you generate additional resources that you can use to apply to various things within your economies. And just to conclude by introducing you to one other area of international cooperation, and that is the new Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches. This is something that our Secretary General of the OECD is very passionate about. It's not just for OECD countries. It's meant to be as inclusive as possible, and we've already we have somewhere in the order of 70 jurisdictions already either having joined or in the process of joining. Just yesterday, I received notification that Uruguay has joined. So that's great news, joining many other countries in the region. And we look forward to working with you all. And this is about, firstly, recognising that when it comes to tackling climate change, not every country is going to be able to use carbon pricing and carbon taxes. There are a whole range of policy instruments that governments will use. And in the past, maybe we focused too much on measuring carbon taxes and carbon pricing. We need to bring a greater focus and analysis to the whole range of policy instruments that governments are putting in place. And we hope that that will not only provide a platform for sharing information across governments, but will also help provide you with best practice to help inspire you to make further reforms in your own jurisdiction. Hopefully that will deliver benefits for us globally. And just to update you on the first meeting of the forum, which was held in February, we had over 600 senior officials representing 104 countries, a whole range of countries there, several international organisations, delegates, and the IFCMA's work is ongoing. So I'll leave the presentation there, but in terms of the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches, if you are interested in learning more about that particular initiative, once again, I'm very happy to speak to you after the session and look forward to continuing to work with you all to improve and strengthen our tax systems and to deliver the sort of tax system you need to deliver the societies that you want for your people and for your economies. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Y mientras preparamos la siguiente
Whilst we prepare the next presentation and we load it, David, I would like to thank you for this very comprehensive presentation on the trends of taxation revenues and the analysis per tax in the region, in addition to the projects that you mentioned, labor, the financing of social protection, and about informality. and also the review of the work that the OECD is doing on international taxation. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to Emilio Pineda's presentation, who is head of the Fiscal Management Division of the Inter-American Development Bank. Emilio, you have up to 20 minutes. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to greet you once again. I express again my gratitude to Jose Manuel, Noel, and it's a great pleasure to share this panel with my colleagues in multilateral entities.
Donde voy a abordar tres temas.
I will deliver a brief presentation dealing with three issues. The first one is the recent evolution of fiscal results in Latin America. I'll do that very briefly because we have already heard enough about this issue. I myself spoke about this in a previous session, and then talk about two other issues. In the short term, how is it feasible, or what are the main tools that we have in the region in order to conduct a fiscal consolidation that protects economic growth? And then talk about midterm objectives, where what we seek is a new fiscal architecture enabling us to deal with the structural challenges that we have in terms of quality and formality. I begin with recent evolution. As we saw, the debt increased significantly, especially as a result of COVID. It has dropped in the short term. Over the past few years, last year it dropped to levels of less than 70%. But in the midterm, our expectation, and this is aligned with the forecasts of the Monetary Fund, is that in an inertial scenario, the average debt in the region will be in levels close to 70% of the GDP. And this is very distant from the levels that we consider to be prudent levels, and the levels closer to the pre-pandemic period. And therefore, we understand that the region should be thinking about making additional fiscal consolidation efforts, varying macroeconomic scenarios between 1.4 and 1.9% of the GDP. So the main question is, how can we do this? How can we introduce an adjustment or a fiscal consolidation that at the same time protects economic growth, which is one of the main concerns that we all have, and also protects the most vulnerable groups? Here I would like to begin with some reflections. First of all, the first thing that we found out of our analysis is that it is very important that in fiscal consolidation processes where we look after public investment, our analysis shows that when we conduct fiscal consolidation processes that rely on the reduction of public investment, that has a cost of practically one-to-one compared to economic growth. And therefore, we must make an effort not to reduce public investment, because to the extent that we achieve this, if we have a fiscal consolidation process that protects public investment, the cost of growth is practically eliminated. What we see in this graph is a scenario whereby where we drop public investment, and another one where we protect it. We have discrepancies in growth environments that go beyond 1 percentage point of the GDP. So we must look after public investment so that we can at the same time look after economic growth. Within this scenario, if we look after public investment, what we're left with in the short term is to think about consolidations focusing on the inefficiencies of public expenditure and on reducing evasion and some improvements in the revenues policy. As we all know, our region is characterized by important inefficiencies in public expenditure. Our estimations in the IDB is at around 4% of the GDP, the technical benefits of the expenditure, and by that we refer to wasted primarily. And secondly, we have high levels of tax evasions that are close to a level of 6 percentage points of the GDP. And lastly, in terms of revenue policies, we have high taxation expenditures, which represent around 6% of the GDP. Now, if one adds all these fiscal consolidation opportunities, the technical efficiency of expenditure, tax evasion, and if on top of that we add taxation expenditure, we find that we have more than 10% of the GDP where we can achieve this type of consolidation space without the need to increase taxes or marginal rates. And to exemplify how it is that we can deal with each one of these issues, I would like to mention some specific cases, and I begin with expenditure inefficiency. One of the main ways where we are inefficient in expenditure is in public procurement. Public procurement is an important part, around a fifth of global expenditure in our countries, and in consequence, it's also an important part of our inefficiencies that are closer to 20% of global inefficiencies. We estimate that on average, the average country in the region has technical inefficiencies of expenditure in public procurement of around 1.4% of the GDP, and in some countries this reaches a level of close to 2% of the GDP. Now, what do technical inefficiencies mean? Well, that we're buying it at a more expensive cost than we should, and therefore the reduction of these inefficiencies involves no social cost. Politically is not contentious in all those places where we would have to, aspects that we would have to pay attention to. And let me give you a couple of examples of how this is done effectively. And I begin with one of my one of the cases, which is that of Rio Grande del Sur, and our colleagues from Brazil are here, and they raise their hands, and they're very proud of their participation. And in Rio Grande del Sur, they conducted an innovation that seems to us to be very relevant. Using LE invoices, Rio Grande do Sul already knows the real price that has to be paid for the cost of public medicines. One of the major challenges that we have in terms of public procurement is at what price we buy, and therefore we're always dealing with reference prices that are not accurate, that need to be updated, and there's scope there even for corruption. But as a result of digitalization and the use of electronic invoices, we're able to know the real cost of that product. And we have shown through impact assessments that this exercise conducted in Rio Grande do Sur, where they, through algorithms and using electronic invoices, they have created reference points prices for drugs, and achieving 18% savings for the more expensive drugs and 5% reduction for the cheaper drugs, millions of dollars, in other words. And in the case of Brazil, there is a lot of evidence, primarily as a result of all the studies that we have of state governments in Brazil, that the use of framework agreements has meant a 10% reduction in unit prices. And therefore, these are two very concrete examples of things that we can do in order to reduce the technical inefficiency of expenditure that has low political costs. We're not reducing transfers for anyone, but it implies that we must have the administrative capability in order to implement this. The second dimension that I mentioned is to reduce fiscal evasion in order to contribute to reduce these deficits and promote consolidation. As we know, fiscal evasion, even in the more advanced countries, represents several points of the GDP, close to 6% of the GDP, and in some cases even more than that. Now, digitalization also provides us with tremendous opportunities to reduce fiscal evasion, but we can also do this in such a way where at the same time we collect more, but we also make life much easier to taxpayers, where we facilitate things, we collaborate with them, and we provide them with control. We can do all three things at the same time. And let me convey three examples to you. First, in terms of facilitation, Chile is a country which is at the forefront in terms of VAT reports. These are a large percentages pre-filled. That means that for most taxpayers, VAT payers in Chile, paying VAT implies practically paying your cell phone bill. They receive a pre-printed bill. They just check whether the data is okay, and they are able to pay that. They can be sure that they're paying the correct amount, but it also dramatically reduces the costs of paying taxes by around 80% for taxpayers. A second example is the example of collaborative compliance. One of the major spaces that we have in the region, and we are working with several of you in this sense, is that those corporations, especially the larger ones, have a kind of pre-analysis where taxation authorities, instead of reviewing year after year the tax returns, can conduct an assessment of their competencies, of their capabilities, and of their internal controls in such a way that once they're given the green light, so to speak, they will have a much more expeditious process in their tax returns. This is something very close to what happens in customs offices, where customs, if it's a reputable company that has undergone control processes and there is trust in those controls that they receive a green light, and if that does not happen, they receive a much more detailed review. So we have begun with Brazil in a pilot project with collaborative compliance, but we're working in other countries such as Peru and other countries in the region. And this is something that can certainly help us to collect more, but at the same time make life much easier, especially to the major taxpayers who can easily take their capital elsewhere. And the third example is an example from Colombia. In Colombia, thanks to the pre-filled VAT returns, so we were able to obtain 100,000 new VAT taxpayers that were not registered beforehand. And all this is thanks to control. This again shows that the digitalization and modernization of tax authorities can enable us to bridge this fiscal gap, but also facilitate life to taxpayers and contribute towards investment. And the third aspect that I would like to mention has to do with taxation policy. Despite the fact that there is a lot of scope for improvement and enormous difficulties in order to make headway with taxation reforms, despite the fact that we have recent examples of taxation reforms that have achieved important results, especially Colombia has been able to promote a profound tax reform recently. There are other areas, and here I would like to focus on extractive industries, primarily mining, that probably have less political costs in terms of their implementation. And what I'm showing here is that we have estimated for several countries in the region the differences between the statutory rates that mining companies have and the effective rates on average and marginal effective rates. And despite the fact that statutory rates for practically all countries are very high, once we incorporate all the various spaces to deduct taxes and facilitations at the effective taxation rates, especially for the marginal taxes, tend to be far lower. This means that there is a scope to improve this aspect in the extractive industry and especially in mining. And this in view of the green transition that our region will experience, where we will lose all revenues as a result of fossil fuels. But our region is also blessed, so to speak, with many mining resources, and therefore it's important for us to establish as soon as possible the taxation systems so that we can have an adequate government take in the mining industry. And now I would like to make a quick reflection about a more midterm vision. The previous part referred to short-term measures, but I would like to make a couple of reflections about the new fiscal architecture, especially in order to improve the major equality and formality challenges in our region.
Primero. First, a couple of figures. We all know that Latin America is highly unequal, but what is often not very clear is why. And here, what is very clear with this data is the reason why Latin America is one of the most unequal regions in the world is because our fiscal policy is poor in terms of reducing inequality. When we compare the Gini coefficient for OECD countries, markets, that is, before charging taxes in Latin America, pre-market, is practically the same. 0.51 Latin America and 0.49 in OECD. So structurally, the economies are equally inequitable between Latin America and the OECD. It's only after OECD countries charge taxes and spend them that their inequality is reduced to 0.23 Gini coefficient, whereas in Latin America, practically we do not reduce it, we just get to 0.44. And so the problem of inequality in Latin America is a fiscal issue. The second thing is informality. All my colleagues have mentioned this, but also as a president, I would like to share a couple of data. Business informality in Latin America is 4 times greater than in OECD. Informality in labor affairs in Latin America is 3 times greater than in OECD. Not 30%, 3 times greater than in OECD countries. And so any structural reform that we may think of in fiscal terms must bear in mind these 2 pillars, these 2 major challenges. And now, allow me to give you examples of the things that we believe that we should think of here on. First, the scarce redistributory capacity of our fiscal policy is partly explained because we have important leaks in our social programs and our tax structures. And here you have an example of VAT. VAT, as David said, is the main tax in the region. And given its regressiveness, all our countries have significant exceptions to VAT. But these exemptions mainly benefit those who have more. Almost half of the exemptions go to the richest quintile. And if we add the fourth and fifth quintile, there you have practically 70, just over 70% of all. So we are spending more in these exceptions, but also we are benefiting those that we should not benefit. And so the sort of policy that we must have follow, an example is what we call the personalized VAT, where instead of deducting products, what we do is give exemptions to individuals, not products. And in this exercise that I show you here, what we have done is the following calculation. We have taken that 30%, the poorest 30% of the population in these countries do not pay VAT. They do not pay VAT not only for food and medicines, but for any products, whereas the remaining 70% pays VAT for all products. And what we find is that in countries where VAT has a great potential, such as, for example, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, Colombia, we find that even in this scenario where 30% of the population does not pay VAT, there is a rise in collection quite significant. 36% in the Dominican Republic, 25% in Mexico, and 14% in Colombia, 2% in Chile. And also, collection, we also reduce inequality. And so this type of examples are already being implemented as a pilot in some countries in the region. The first case that I would like to mention of this type of pilot is Ecuador, where in Ecuador there is already an arrangement whereby 175,000 beneficiaries are elderly persons and who receive a VAT rebate. They pay automatically when they go to a store. The store is registered and the individual of the elderly person must identify them, and the Inland Revenue Service automatically do the e-invoice rebate on site. And in this way, we achieve several things. You care for the tax collections, the rebate is immediate, and also it encourages formality because to obtain the return, they must go to a store. And then in Rio Grande do Sul, where they have a hybrid system whereby there are more than 600,000 homes registered that have received rebate for VAT, and based on there's also a variable component in based on what they use via the e-invoice. These examples show that personalized VAT is not an improbable idea, but is very accessible and the order of the day, thanks to you and thanks to the digital transformation of your tax systems. And I conclude with one last dimension, which is informality. And one of the main reasons why we have a lot of informality in Latin America is because fiscal pressure on the wages of formal workers with low income is very high, whereas in the OECD countries, persons with low income have a tax pressure of only 5%, whereas in Latin America and the Caribbean, it's 18% and basically the same as for those with medium to high incomes. So the incentive is to not be formal. And so one scenario where we have explored in order to overcome these issues is the implementation of a negative income tax. And I explained what we did here and what we calculated. Here, what we are assuming is that the second poorest quintile of workers receives an incentive to be formal equivalent to 50% of the focus transfer given by different countries. And then with this, we consider that in these calculations for these countries, there would be a relevant level of formalization in the second quintile going from 50 to 70%. This would have a fiscal cost in the short term of around half a point of GDP, but also we have estimates showing that in a general equilibrium model in a couple of years, this would be paid for thanks to gains in productivity of having a growth in the formal sector. And so one arrangement of this type would allow us to overcome the incentives that we have today for informality, because all people in our country that receive a social transfer in almost all these countries, if they work formally, they lose it. And so the aim is, and what many end up doing, is keep it informal. I continue to receive the transfer, and that is harmful to the economy and our society as a whole. An arrangement of this type would allow encouraging these strata of the population to work in a formal manner, and it is always convenient for them to work formally. And so I conclude by summing up, we understand that our region needs an additional process for fiscal consolidation in order to protect its sustainability and growth. The fiscal consolidation must have a clear eye in favoring growth, and so we must care for public investment and focus our efforts on improving public spending and reducing evasion. And in the long term, we must rethink structurally our fiscal architecture in the region for it to be an architecture that has promoting equality and formalization by improving the redistributary impact of all taxes and expenditure and the incentives towards formalization of households with lower incomes. And with this, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Emilio. A very presentation and complete. And with this emphasis on the space identified for the mobilization of resources on the spending side as well as income, and also the limitations of the fiscal policy in reducing inequality in the region. And well, these analysis of how to contribute to reducing inequality and informality. And now we move on to the presentation, the last of the block, by Daniel Tiedelman, who is the Director of the Economic Development Division at ECLAC. Daniel, 20 minutes. Thank you, Noel. I thank you all very much. The idea of my presentation was to present the main messages of the fiscal outlook for Latin America and the Caribbean that we have just distributed, without getting into the details of the chapters on the income tax of people, which will be seen tomorrow. So a more macro overview and a few messages that we would like to convey. And so for this, I will benefit from the discussion held yesterday afternoon and this morning in the presentations and the colleagues that have just preceded me, because they help me to clarify the diagnosis and context. Emilio, thank you. In that sense, the main messages that this fiscal outlook for this year includes is, on the one hand, in the macro context, the limited space for fiscal and monetary policy that countries in the region have. This has been mentioned quite a lot, and also the high cost of financing, high levels of debt, and inflation. So there is a space that has led to a tighter fiscal policy, tax policy in a complex scenario where we do not see in the future a very significant change in coming years. And so we believe that the fiscal policy in coming years, in the longer term, must be thought of in a macro context, not as favorable as we would like. We will have to go adapting our macro dynamics, and we believe that this is an important thing to include in our analysis on terms of the macro restrictions globally as well as regionally. So that is a message that is strong and that has come out clearly in our discussions this morning and now. And we're going to take a look at the figures. We see a reduction in fiscal collections in the region, and this reflects two things: an increase tax collection, which is an increase in income tax, and that reflects the economic speeding up and recover after COVID and a very rapid growth in 2021. and less growth in 2022. But today we're already seeing that the region is collecting at a low rate, quite mediocre. And so this increase in tax collection with the growth should begin to disappear over time, given the expected rates in future. And on the other hand, we see a cutback in primary expenditure. We're going to see a difference between Caribbean and Latin America, but we see a cutback in primary expenditure that reflects a continuous with transfers so strong during the pandemic, and the drop in transfers continues, although some subsidies for energy and fuel have increased on account of the inflation, and there's a cutback of transfer programs and a significant drop and worrying cutback in expenditure that, as Emilio said, that we must pay more attention to this. And then move ahead. And the need for managed spending. We also talked about this, but there is one chapter that I believe is a clear and important message. The need to improve the measurement of our cross-cutting expenditure in spending policies. We've made an effort to take a look at the expenditure in gender, disability, indigenous people, and Afro descendants, and strengthen these efforts. Able to have better information and statistics on that will, of course, help the fiscal systems to be more progressive from the viewpoint of expenditure. And so for me, that is the chapter that we believe has significant value to open up these other areas that do affect the distribution of income, inequality, and the fiscal policy on the expenditure side. And lastly, a new call for something that is already very strongly on the table, how to increase tax revenues, not only the burden, but progressively. We see that the challenge in Latin America is not to put up the level of tax burden, but the progressiveness. And also from the viewpoint, well, together with a strategic viewpoint of expenditure. So the fiscal policy will be a key element in future years in a difficult macro context. And the message that we would like to convey, and I put it straight to you, how are we going to maintain a fiscal policy that is active? In a fiscal sustainability context, we will have to increase tax collections and also have a more strategic view of the expenditure, improving efficiencies, reducing inefficacy and inefficiency, but also with a strategic view as to where to direct our expenditure. This is a challenge. We need to improve leaks and losses, but also we must have a strategic approach on how the fiscal policy may make a significant contribution to growth and development through productive policies and other types of policies.
With this introduction of messages, well, growth, I am not going to repeat all the graphs that Jose Manuel has already shown about the lost decade between 2014 and 2023. But what is important is that the growth projection and the growth dynamics is not going to improve in the region in the next few years. And in terms of inflation, if we look at this, there is a drop in inflation, but it is still at very high levels, and probably the hikes in rates will not continue, but still the rates will remain at a very high level over the next few years. So this double effect of little fiscal space, but also little monetary space for a pro-growth policy that poses tremendous challenges for the region and makes us or demands more policy designs and more efficacy in terms of fiscal policy in that sense. As I said, deficits in the case of Latin America, we have moved from 2021 to a deficit of less than 1.7 and a primary surplus of close to 1. That reflects, as mentioned, an important drop in expenditure, which is the red line there, moving from 24.6 to 23.3 and then 21.9, and an increase in total revenues that we will discuss in greater depth. And this reduction of the primary deficit close to zero, of course, has been accompanied by a slight reduction of the level of indebtedness. Here we talk about debt of the central government that dropped from 56% to 51.5%, but continues to be at a high level. In other words, a fiscal adjustment has not enabled a reduction of the debt, and we will have to coexist with a high level of debt, and therefore we need pro-growth mechanisms to the extent that we're capable of responding to the restructuring, to the debt restructuring needs in many countries of our region. In the case of the Caribbean, what we can see again is a reduction in the fiscal deficit that moved from 0.1 to minus 0.3, but there the dynamics has been different. The important increase in revenues, which is the blue line in Caribbean countries, 24/7 to 26/9 to 28% of the GDP, enabled this adjustment in the primary deficit, but maintaining an increasing expenditure, which is also an important issue to analyze the sub-regional differences. And the level of debt was reduced, moving from 87.4 in 2020 to 84 in 2021 to 77 in 2022. But again, it continues to be at a high level, and we will have to continue to coexist with that and generate the restrictions that have already been mentioned. Public revenues for Latin America have increased significantly in 2022, promoted by tax collection. I am not going to discuss this in detail because this is something that we will discuss tomorrow. But what is underlying here is an increase in corporate tax, which reflects a significant growth in 2021 and 2022, and also an increase in mining royalties. That explains this leap of practically 1 percentage point of GDP between 16 and 17.4 in terms of taxation revenues. As you can see on the right-hand side, practically all countries in the region experienced an increase. El Salvador, Dominican Republic, well, a reduction there, and Argentina, there was also a reduction, but in the rest of the countries, there was an increase. In the case of Chile, practically 1.9% of the GDP in terms of taxation revenues in 2022, which reflects this leap in growth that regrettably is becoming diluted to the extent that the growth dynamic slows down. What has been maintained is the withdrawal of the fiscal impetus by de-accelerating economic activity, and that is complex because one of the challenges that emerged in the presentations of the IMF, the OECD, the IDB, is how to reactivate growth. And our growth is slowing down, and we are reducing the fiscal impetus as a result of smaller fiscal space. And you can see here how the increase in the interannual expenditure of the primary expenditure of the government in 2020, the pandemic, reached levels of 10%, and now in 2022 we have a contraction of -3, and there was already a reduction of another reduction, and that is observed in practically all countries except for Guatemala, Dominican Republic, and Brazil. In the rest of the countries, we see this important shrinkage of the fiscal impetus as from last year at a moment when the turning point of growth is slowing down significantly. Now, what is behind the drop in public expenditure? Well, primarily the reduction of subsidies and a drop in public investment, which is of great concern. Two aspects that came out when we talked about how to improve efficacy and look after public investment. As you can see on the right-hand side graph, the main explanation is the drop in the transfers of revenues and other transfers during the pandemic that have been withdrawn. And this drop in transfers, despite the fact that they have increased in several countries, subsidies for energy or for food have not compensated the strong drop in the efforts that were made to struggle against COVID during the pandemic. And that has meant that subsidies and transfers are returning on average in the region and in most countries to their pre-pandemic levels. If you notice, today, in terms of a regional average, we're close to 6% of the GDP. Last year, we were at 6.2, and that has systematically dropped since the pandemic. And both when one breaks this down into Central America, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic and South America, the most significant drop is in South America because the most significant increase of transfers was indeed in South America, totaling practically 13.5% of the GDP in 2020. But for the average of the region, the trend is a downward trend, and that begins to be evidenced at a country level also. Chile has a drop of 7.2, which is a strong adjustment. It also experienced a strong increase in 2021, but in general terms, countries have been adjusting subsidies and transfers in a significant to a significant degree as part of the dynamics of fiscal policy. Now, whilst we have reduced transfers and subsidies, pressures have also increased upon public expenditure as a result of the payment of interests, which reflects an increase in rates and also variations. And in this graph, what you can see, especially on the right-hand side, is the weight of the interannual variation of the payment of interest of the central government between 2021 and 2022. And you can see that practically in all countries of the region, what has increased significantly is that variation. And that reflects the transmission of higher interest rates as a result of the rollover of the existing debt, the impact of depreciations upon the currency as a service of the debt in foreign currency, more payment of the debt with variable instruments, and the result of some indexed instruments. So there's been a reduction in transfers, but an increase in the weight of interests, in the payment of interest. And a graph that is of concern from a more structural perspective is this stagnation of public investment and a drop of practically 2%, and also the increase in the payment of interest. And this graph summarizes the discussions about how the weight of the debt is a restriction for growth and development. As mentioned by Emilio, we have to look after public investment, especially in a region which has the lowest stock of public capital in the world. And so there is a public policy issue which is very significant. And now I would like to convey some messages that I feel are important to convey in terms of a fiscal outlook to make growth sustainable. We have a world that is growing little, and therefore we have a small fiscal scope, and we need to increase growth, and productive transformation is a demand in order to increase growth. It is not simply the desire to generate more and better technologies, but rather the mechanism to make growth much more dynamic. And that demands and explains a fiscal policy. And therefore, the major challenge is how are we going to have active fiscal policies in a complex macro context with low growth and with low fiscal scope. And we want to insist on what we have insisted in several fiscal panoramas that have to do with this strategic view of public expenditure. And together with this view of how we improve leaks and inefficiency, basically how we have a more strategic outlook when it comes to public investment, tax incentives towards what is productive and towards facing the new challenges faced by the region, climate change and the investments of private and public investment. And we believe that all needs for us to sit down and help to prioritize in which direction to advance, and also have a good criteria in place. And therefore, when one has to adjust some expenditure, I confess that it's always been difficult for me to understand this idea of how to make these programs leaner. Sometimes it's not difficult to assess programs whether they're positive or not. And therefore, I think that can be helpful when one builds a more midterm policy of fiscal policy, which is to acknowledge the role played by fiscal policy, not only as a stabilizer of the cycle or as a redistribution agent, but rather as a growth agent, depending on the impact it has on productive development. And there we believe that there is a major challenge which implies strengthening the fiscal institutional framework, and not only to strengthen it in terms of its management capability, but also in terms of having a strategic perspective. There we face a major challenge. And the other side of the coin, and with this I would like to conclude, is what all of you have already mentioned, and refers to how we can strengthen public expenditure so that we can generate a dynamics of fiscal sustainability with an increase in expenditure. We must acknowledge that in the middle and long term, fiscal expenditure must increase. So there are social demands and productive demands as well. The question is, how is it that we're going to be able to generate that increase in expenditure in an orderly manner, in a strategic manner, and in a sustainable manner? That is the major question that the fiscal outlook of this and previous years tries to put on the table. how to make progress. And I'm not going to dwell on details because many of you have already mentioned this, and tomorrow you'll see more about this. But I would like to mention something that will be discussed tomorrow, and that is that in this strategic perspective, we have public investment, productive sectors, but also social sectors. And this is a perspective which is not more traditional between formality and informality, but rather this diversity of sectors that we have in our region that involves gender issues, disabled persons, indigenous peoples, and therefore one of the chapters tries to begin to look at fiscal expenditure in those areas. And as you can see, estimates vary between 0.5% of the GDP to 3.29, depending on each country. And these would be expenditure on gender and social protection systems and how, and therefore how to improve that efficiency and the direction of that expenditure in terms of disability. People that are disabled, in the case of several countries, it varies between 0.1 to 1.29% of the GDP. These are demands that populations in our countries have, and we have major gaps vis-a-vis developed countries when it comes to this type of perspective. And indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants, when we look at the case of Guatemala, Mexico, and Uruguay, vary between 0.004 of the GDP to 0.45, and therefore there is a tremendous gap there that will impact the progressive nature of fiscal policy and also of demands that will appear in the future. And taxation expenditure, if one looks at this in the case of gender, with this vary between 0.93 and 1.7% of the GDP in a region where taxation expenditure is around 5% of the GDP on average. And so again, we have to begin to think on this. We are in a region where tax expenditure is around 5%. And so there is an important issue there. And finally, to conclude, I'm not going to dwell on details. We will have a session on this tomorrow in tax on physical persons, which is something that we have all insisted on for a long time in the region, is a key issue, and we will have to begin to deal with this in a significant and important fashion. Simply when one compares income for physical persons in the region compared to the GDP, it's 7.1%, well, 2.1%, I'm sorry, 2.1, yes, which is compared to 8% in the OECD. But we are the lowest region in this sense, in the region below sub-Saharan Africa, other regions in the world, and therefore we face a tremendous challenge there. I'm not going to discuss details, but I wanted to mention this because this is also coherent with what has been previously discussed in the outlook, and we'll see this in detail tomorrow. There are a whole series of indications and measures and strategies in order to deal with this issue. I didn't want to not show it, but I would like to say that we have a tax on physical persons where we also face major challenges of eliminating tax evasion in accordance with our estimates on average for the region. That is 6.1% of the regional GDP, which implies a tremendous amount of resources. Here we have an ex-minister that has just conducted a tax reform, and it was very difficult for him to reach a 1.5 or 1.6% of the GDP, and yet we have practically 6.1% of the GDP that we have to manage. We have to review taxation expenditure in the region and its effects. The issue of PEPs, of good practices, is an opportunity that could help us to improve our tax revenues. And of course, in the midterm, where we have to think about an income to wealth and property in the region, we need to update fiscal frameworks for the exploitation of non-renewable resources. There are a large number of countries where the energy transition, the technological transition is favoring them, generating competitive, dynamic economies in biodiversity, ecological sectors, energy aspects. We have to see how we're going to deal with that and the taxations that we will obtain there. And of course, to continue to diversify our taxation structure in environmental taxes, and an issue that today has become very present after the pandemic is taxes on public health problems. David showed us an example about a tax on tobacco in some countries of the region that have this double benefit.
Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel, for that excellent presentation on the fiscal outlook. And given that I'm the moderator, I can take the opportunity to speak of the commercials. In this session, various international agencies presented papers that supplement each other, and I would like you to see them, but it's always good. In our case, what Daniel said was based on the fiscal outlook for Latin America and the Caribbean. We are publishing in this session, yes. This is for the region. It's available. There are several copies outside. In the case of IDB, these presentations are based on several books, but above all, dealing with the debt as presented by Emilio, we're part of the development series in the Americas. Thank you, Professor Ocampo. In the case of the IMF, the fiscal monitor, the results presented are based on this document presented in April, and with the OECD as a nice case because these are collaborations made ECLAC OECD in the Latin American economic outlook. And then later on, we're going to present the tax statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean. So thank you very much for your collaboration and presentation. And now we have 12 minutes for comments, questions. If you could raise your hand or placard for us to see you, if you would like to take the floor. Anyone interested in making a remark? Was it all that clear? Yes, over there. Susanna, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Noel. Yes, I was waiting to see if anyone else showed an interest, but I would like to take the opportunity to break the ice and ask for a question. There are some elements that I thought were interesting, but sometimes contradictory. We're talking about the impact of inflation and the need to address policies that do not indiscriminately affect the most vulnerable segment of the population, but at the same time, we're speaking of fiscal consolidation, but that it be done carefully. And the issue of debt and tax collection. So many things, but we must be clear with certain pillars. And I am surprised that in terms of tax recommendations, that we've heard practically nothing on the taxation of wealth, capital gains, and finances. Well, yesterday it also appeared quite clearly in some of the recommendations on as to why also the aims that they could have this tax platform discussing this right now. So I don't understand. Is this because it is something that is always present, but that no one has clear recommendations to make? We're talking about progressiveness, but how can we understand progressiveness in a context such as this without addressing these pillars? And there are long-term agendas, such as the reduction of tax evasion and avoidance, which are necessary, but that are more difficult. And so working on capital gains could have a social yield in collection terms much far greater. So why is this in the air but not present in any of the presentations that we've heard in this session? Thank you.
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Any other question or comments?
Héctor.
Hector? I really liked Dr. Norris to speak of fiscal dominance, at least in Mexico. Right now, there is an open conflict between our central bank and the Secretariat of Finance. And the bank says, you're not helping me at all by spending so much. And the Secretariat says, I have a very high unscheduled expenditure on account of your high interest rates. We're going to have to learn to live with this tension. But it is worrying that the discussion is probably going to be lost by the central banks because they're autonomous and soon they're going to take it to the congresses and they will call attention. A technical note, how good that the estimates presented by the fund were done with a hunk, and I believe that this is a very powerful model and methodology that is new. There are opportunities to train several ministries of finance in the region. We're hoping that the fund may do so. Thank you.
Gracias, Héctor.
Thank you, Hector. Let's go first with Alejandra, and then Rolando, and then the ambassador. Thank you. Presentations have been very interesting. I have a question for all of you as international agencies, because you, in some of the presentations, mentioned the relevance of energy enterprises in several countries in Latin America. And I would like to ask you, what do you think of pushing based on these energy companies that are more fossil fuels, and with regard to energy transition, that they should change their model, their business model, to include the renewables, clean renewables, and leave aside the fossils? I know that this is not an easy matter, and that could even be taboo to these companies. But since they're so important in the fiscal system, maybe we should be talking about that. So the question is, what would you say in that regard? Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro. Rolando. Thank you. Well, I thank you for those presentations, all very instructive. And I would say that the challenges for fiscal policy are great in this scenario here on. So more than questions, what I have is a comment. We did see something of this in the presentations. The big challenge is, and in one of the presentations, there was a chart on growth rates in Latin America versus the implicit interest rate of debt, and the interest rates were above the rates of growth in Latin America. So this is a great challenge. How to once again drive potential growth or long-term growth in our countries in the region. In that sense, I would also like to highlight in other presentations the fiscal space that we have. We need to direct measures and actions towards not reducing investment. And that implies seeing what is being done or proposals on how to enhance the saving of the revenues. Along these lines, enhance tax administrations, and talk about e-invoicing and how that helps in that sense, formalization. Well, Paraguay, for example, in one of the presentations by David, spoke of 2 or 3 workshops that are being organized to deal with this of the tobacco tax. Paraguay has one of the lowest taxes on tobacco. And then formalization and how to finance. The other very interesting thing is how to finance social policy with a tax reform. We've just come out of a tax reform recently in 2019, and that precisely one aim was to increase or make more efficient and equitable our tax system. And that is another common indicator in our region, that fiscal policy does not help that redistribution. And I think that the example shown by Emilio was categorical. How you charge the taxes and it doesn't really help redistribution at all. So I would leave that as a comment. The challenges here on are going to be really challenging. But we have an example, how to improve expenditure. There was mention there of government acquisitions. There, it is possible to save. In Paraguay, precisely last year, enacted a law on supplies, public procurement. And so this is another bill. So we have an agenda of reforms. We can speak here basically of a reform to the administrative structure of the state. That is another bill on the formalization of employment. So basically that. And all of these comments and recommendations that I were able to pick up will be very valuable. Thank you. Thank you, Rolando. Ambassador Arredondo. I would like to thank you. I've taken some notes. I liked what was said by Era Dabler Norris. I'm from Honduras. I am the Assistant Director of Fiscal Affairs. And these efforts should include tax reforms that ensure the redistribution of wealth and social welfare. I also highlight what was said by Emilio Pineda, the head of the head of the Fiscal Management Division, IDB, in Honduras today, through the government of our president, Samara Castro. We are right now involved in a tax reform that heads towards justice, transparency, and fiscal equity, also complying with the objectives of the IMF and the UN Economic Development. And right now, our government has been in conversation with the Honduran Council for Private Sector, and with whom agreements have been reached in order to carry out the new legislation, and that reforms the tax exonerations for enterprises obtained a great income, but that were not paying full taxes, and that was impoverishing even further our country in comparison to what was received by the previous government. So I thank you and say that Honduras is working in line with these objectives, and we are doing so in the best way possible in order to have a sustainable development. Thank you, Ambassador. Now, please. Yes, thank you. Well, congratulations to all speakers. Excellent presentation. But I have a question. How did you find this balance between the fiscal adjustment, fiscal rules, and the need to increase investment in social policy? Some experiments with fiscal rules that are very strict have ended up imposing a cutback in investment in essential policies for development. And also a comment for Emilio. I really loved your presentation. In the case of tax exemptions for personal individuals and not the products, this is very relevant, and that this had benefited the large supermarket chains, and the poor do not buy in these large supermarkets, but informal stores. And so informal stores do not convey all these deductions in the product. And so in this case, I believe that this is an incentive for the poor to begin buying from these larger chains and also to combat informality. Thank you.
Gracias, Celia.
Thank you, Celia. That first question about fiscal rules. Well, tomorrow we will have a presentation on Brazil and on the impact of the new fiscal rule on public expenditure. So with that, I offer the floor to each presenter. We begin with Era and David. Era and then David.
For the very interesting and insightful questions. So let me make 3 points. There was a question here as to whether there's a sort of a bit of a paradox between talking about consolidations in a time of high inflation and debt, where the message is sort of being all over the place. And there was also a question, a very good question about fiscal dominance. I'm not going to speak to the Mexican case, since I don't know much about, I don't directly work on Mexico, but I wanted to make some general observations, and they're related to both comments and questions. So, firstly, on sort of the bottom line messages, and I think there's evidence to suggest that we know that inflation hurts the poor. I think that's evidently clear. There is specific evidence to that effect. We also know that very high debts and high debt burdens ultimately have negative impacts. Debt overhang have impacts on growth and also can disproportionately impact poor because there's a cut in investment. There can be cuts, deleterious cuts in social spending. So essentially, the point that my presentation was trying to make is that in the short term, it is possible to think about fiscal restraint, and to do it in a growth-friendly manner, or to do it in a manner that protects the most vulnerable, so the bottom two household quintiles, while at the same time supporting monetary policy and its objective for price stabilization. I think this is absolutely critical. And there are ways to do this. My colleagues here, Danielle, Emilio talked about where there are potential savings to be had, and where expenditures could be more efficient, and where there's low-hanging fruit also on the taxation side. So let me turn now to the question of fiscal dominance, and I'd like to pose this answer in the following way. So think of a world where you have no fiscal policy and only monetary policy is reacting to control inflation. So interest rates go up, and that essentially means debt burdens go up, and so public debt will increase. Now, imagine a world where fiscal policy is reacting. So fiscal is tightening to bring inflation down. The channels are different. Essentially, when fiscal policy does that, it cools demand, and then interest rates don't have to increase as much. So the impact on debt is very different. Now, imagine a world where monetary policy is working to bring inflation down. At the same time, there's a broad-based fiscal expansion. In this case, if the monetary authority accommodates fiscal expansion, that could increase demand in the economy. So the two are at odds, and they could actually de-anchor inflation expectations. And so this is essentially what we mean when I think about fiscal dominance. And so our bottom line message of the importance of fiscal and monetary working together is also, first, to bring inflation down in the short term. And we know, as we've already mentioned, inflation disproportionately hurts the poor. The second is to control debt and financial vulnerabilities rising. So we're seeing this other channel that if fiscal is not as supportive, much higher increases in interest rates will be required to cool the economy and to bring inflation down, and that could have deleterious implications for debt. So this is why it's very important for the two to act in concert. But as my colleagues here have suggested, it is possible to conduct smart fiscal policy. It is possible to be strategic about where you're spending. So we're not saying don't spend. We're saying target your spending in those areas where you are protecting the most vulnerable, and you are not putting a brake on productive capacity and growth in the economy. On the issue on fiscal rules, that was a very interesting point. I know there will be a session tomorrow. I just wanted to say that last fall, the IMF had a paper on fiscal rules, sort of in the new world, where what lessons we've learned from the pandemic and why it's important to have flexible rules that allow you to combat shocks that are very firmly entrenched, as Danielle pointed out, in medium-term expenditure frameworks. So you need to anchor the medium term while having flexibility to cope with shocks in the short term. So I would refer you to the IMF paper that looks at these issues in a comprehensive manner. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Era. David?
I'm in the invidious position of standing between you all and lunch, so I will try and keep it as quick as possible. But I just wanted to respond to Susanna's comments and questions in relation to the taxation of capital gains and wealth taxes. Look, I think there's only so much you can cover in a presentation, and it turns out that we've all not put much focus on those particular areas. And I think that's a fair point to be called out for that. What I would say, if I can just bring some OECD experience to the table for this discussion, and that is that if you're thinking about the taxation of personal income tax, personal incomes, and labour incomes in particular, typically that is much easier to achieve than the taxation of various forms of capital. And there's a range of arguments for that, but OECD countries have often found it more difficult, but increasingly they've moved into the capital taxation space. So I guess to some extent, my emphasis on the personal income tax is to say, this is a place where you really should be starting and you need to move there. But that shouldn't be to the exclusion of taxes on capital gains and capital income taxation more generally. Can I make this point? That the work that has been done globally on transparency, particularly through the Global Forum and the automatic exchange of information, these are the new global standards that mean that if a taxpayer is hiding money in an account offshore, then they won't be able to hide that anymore because that information is being automatically exchanged with tax administrations. In that environment where we now have greater visibility over the offshore holdings of individuals, the ability of governments to tax capital incomes is so much better than it's ever been before. So, that's been one of the challenges in the past, is not having that visibility. That visibility now exists. And governments should be looking at how they can take advantage of that information that's being provided in order to more effectively tax capital incomes. Just quickly on the issue of wealth taxes. In the OECD experience, we are now down to about 3 countries in the OECD, only 3 countries that have net wealth taxes. And the high watermark was more than a dozen a few years ago. There are a whole range of reasons, and I won't try and go into all of them today, as to why countries have moved away from wealth taxes. But if I could summarise it really quickly, it's this: that for the amount of revenue that they've been able to generate, the complexity that they bring, largely the complexity is because of the attempts of governments to try and have all sorts of exemptions to carve people out, so that, for example, the main residence is not included, and then a whole range of other types of asset classes are not included. But the other significant challenge of wealth taxes is, as people and their wealth becomes more mobile, if you act alone in taxing wealth, you can face the prospect of mobility and relocation of that wealth and those individuals. Now, there are things that you could do in the area of exit taxes that might make it more sticky for people so that they can't move as easily from one jurisdiction to another. But I think it's fair to say that in the absence of some form of regional or global cooperation, wealth taxes and their effectiveness will be somewhat limited. So that raises the question of what are the prospects of some global cooperation on this? Who knows? Who knows? I think it should be an issue that we talk about and we engage on, but it's incredibly challenging. So, I think your point is well taken. There are limitations there, but there is certainly a lot more.
Thank you, David. Y como una referencia adicional, Susana, el panorama fiscal.
As an additional reference, Susana, is the financial outlook. Chapter 2 has a chapter on wealth tax in the region.
Thank you very much. My colleagues have gone over a lot of the issues, so I'm just going to stick to one question, so we are not repeating ourselves here. And that was the question from Alessandra regarding the interrelations between energy and in the energy transition and prices, and the task of getting the energy companies moving from non-renewables to renewables. And then I strongly encourage you to read the Leo of 2022 very well, because we are talking exactly about the green transition there. And what I want to focus on, and we do in the Leo, is on the opportunities of the green transition. because we've been talking about, and all of these sessions here over the 3 days are about the main topic, how to increase growth and investments, how to make sure that the taxation and the fiscal policy and the monetary policy, that we, like in a normal household, how can we make sure that we have more revenues than expenditures, and how we don't accumulate debt, and how we save for the future. I mean, this is like every household of all of us here. So we have this task ahead of us to fulfill international commitments regarding energy transition. We have all signed up on it. We have this task ahead. Then we have to see how do we do it. And as I said, in the Leo, we talk about the opportunities that are to be had with the green transition. For example, if we do this right with the right policies, we predict in the Leo that we will see 10% more new jobs be created if we do the green transition right. With the green transition, we have 10% more jobs created. That's a lot of jobs. And I've taken the example of my own country. I'm from Iceland, and where the green transition happened way before that term was invented because of a crisis. And we have enough crisis here in the world today with everything that is going on. We should make sure that we use the opportunity. In the case of Iceland, in the 70s, when the oil crisis hit, there was we were heating our houses with imported oil that was skyrocketing in prices, while we were sitting on geothermal resource that had been unutilized. Why was it unutilized? Because it was expensive and it was risky. So what did the policymakers and the legislators at the time do? Out of necessity, formulated a policy, created a fund that that encouraged exploration in the geothermal sector by providing loans. If the exploration was successful, you paid back your loan. If the exploration was unsuccessful, the loan defaulted on the state. So within 10 years, the country was completely off oil in house heating. And now, 40, 50 years later, this has created industries and opportunities and revenue sources that no one at the time could have imagined. So what I want to emphasize is that we sometimes we need to be bold and take the plunge because we don't know all of the results when we start. This is not me saying just be careful and wing it, but these are the things that we need to have in mind. So I hope that addresses the question that you asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Raga. Y aprovechando también para hacer los comentarios, los comerciales, Alejandra.
And the commercial estimates of the fiscal impact of the transition in the main countries producing hydrocarbons in Latin America and the Caribbean. An exercise for the 6 main producers and how this would affect the transition from now to 2050 in terms of revenues, fiscal revenues, interaction with expenditure, and debt sustainability scenarios. So, Sebastian. Well, very briefly, because we are well over time now, but first of all, I'd like to insist on the comments regarding fiscal adjustment and how at the same time respond to the social agenda in Latin America. And I think that we saw this in several of the presentations, that it is possible with an improvement on the expenditure side first, and in the case of Latin America, this is evident, and in also several countries on subsidies. For example, energy, which is widespread, very, very inefficient in terms of what progressiveness and the well-being of the citizens, especially considering the green transition. The other thing, the company exemptions do not create added value, and among all, create a fiscal void, a gap, really, or growth, not growth. And as Emilio said, everything that has to do with tax evasion, and without a doubt, this is an additional fiscal gap. And so on the expenditure side, there's a lot to be done. And then, well, in the next session, we're going to see what the experts have to say regarding personal income tax and a substantive improvement there. Just to echo what was said in terms of the wealth tax, as David said, one essential topic is information. What information do we have? And often we have difficulties in terms of the value of the goods and the assets. And so if you need to access the household to check that, it's very difficult, especially in Latin America. So take into look at these aspects related to the property that can be done in Latin America. And also David mentioned the issue of income tax and exemptions here for high-income families. And so a lot can be improved in that sense before getting into the wealth tax as such, where the collection is not that significant and the impact or the cost of charging that tax is very high in Latin America. And dividends, that could also be improved in Latin America. Thank you, Sebastian. Emilio? Yes, I think that there's not much to add. My colleagues have said almost everything. The low-hanging apple that we have for the asset taxes in response to Susana is property. The real estate tax collects half a percentage point in the OECD on average too. So this can be done. The property tax, we do not have all the restrictions that David as well as Sebastian mentioned in terms of informality, mobility. People cannot take their home to another country. However, we do not collect on that. So I think that if we have an equity or asset tax, that is what we should focus on. There are publications on that, and you have the added value that improves decentralization in the region because the property tax is a local tax that reduces our vertical balance. So aligned, agreed on, and seen the needs of progressiveness in those taxes that focus on stock and not the flow of income, the property tax, without a doubt, is where I believe we have the greatest opportunities in the short term. With a major return, we could be collecting at least 1 point of GDP quite easily with the property tax. Thank you, Emilio. And to add to that, we have another commercial, the joint work with IDB, the outlook of fiscal relations among government levels, and where we emphasize the property tax. And this is a pioneering study. There is no prior document of this nature on that. Daniel. Yes, thank you. Well, very briefly, because I think that all the themes have been dealt with. I have no commercials, but the issue of transition to greener enterprises, further away from fossil fuels. And adding to what was said already, there is a major fiscal challenge because we have issues with public debt in our analysis, and this becomes unsustainable on account of the dual effect, loss of income, and also public investment challenges. So this is a major challenge regarding the sustainability of public debt when you're in the middle of that transition. And also because we're ending another paper where we show that if you invest upfront, that is, public investment upfront is more efficient and has a better dynamic trajectory over time. But of course, it does require investment stock and financing much stronger at the start. So there is an ongoing debate there regarding whether if the direction is right, where we need to go. But in fiscal terms, this entails quite a lot of discussion, and our proposals say that almost none of these countries may reach the net zero emission, realistically speaking. So this is a very relevant topic. And then the last question that was not easy to answer, but I think that it is central that R is greater than heavy, and that interest rates are overgrowth with rising rates and lower and dropping growth. It is an issue. And we will have to begin making debt sustainability models more complex and including climate change and a multiplicity of shocks that are already on the way, that basically we have been working on them, modeling financial shocks through climate change and so on. Sustainability is going to become very complex and will require fine-tuning our fiscal policy in terms of expenditure management, income management, far more than just waging in favor of an RG dynamics that is not working and that it would be difficult to balance in short term. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. So now I would like to thank you and ask you for a big round of applause for the speakers.
Muchas gracias.
And now we break for lunch. We will be back here to begin at 3 o'clock sharp. We must start 3 o'clock sharp because it is a session jointly between the OECD, IDB, SNIAD, and ourselves. So it will be a broadcast. Thank you. See you back here at 3.
We good.
Bueno, vamos a empezar con esta cuarta sesión, que es la presentación del informe Estadísticas.
We'll begin with this fourth session, which is taxation on taxation revenues in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a publication that we produce jointly between the OECD, ECLAC, IDB, and SIAC. And we have been doing this for the past 11 years. This is the 11th year that we bring out this publication, and it compiles taxation statistics at the level of the central government and in general governments, including subnational governments for 26 countries in the region. It forms part, well, it supplements other global statistics that the OECD works on with other partners. And the biggest wealth is the taxation information at a regional and global level, which is present in these statistics. Since there are several partners working with this document, obviously this will be a joint presentation that we will deliver with the OECD team, with ECLAC, and also with Santiago Diaz from SIAT, who is with us remotely. So I'll mention the names of the people who will deliver the presentations, and after that, they will offer the floor to each other. We will begin with Raga Arnautotir, who is a director of the Development Center of the OECD, followed by David Bradbury from the OECD, subsequently Sebastián Nieto Parra, who is head for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Development Center of the OECD, and they will deliver the presentation on the first chapter of taxation statistics. And after that, Michael Hanix, who is Economic Affairs Officer of the Economic Development Division of ECLAC, will present the two other chapters, so one on taxation expenditure and also one on revenues from non-renewable natural resources in countries of the region. And subsequently, we will have Santiago Diaz de Sarralde, who is Director of Tax Studies and Research of SIAT, who accompanies us virtually. Our other partner, which is the IDB in this project, will not be able to be with us, but in any case, I would like to acknowledge the support and the work conducted or undertaken by our colleagues from the IDB. So, Ragnar, you have the floor first.
Thank you very much, Noel. I promised I would speak more Spanish next time you would hear from me. So, muchas gracias, Noel. Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Thank you, Noel, and good afternoon, everyone. I thank ECLAC for this kind invitation.
But I'm very honored to be here with you today to launch, as Noel said, the 12th edition of the revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are extremely proud of this publication and look forward to the discussion here today. And let me just start by briefly setting the scene as for the challenge that LAC policymakers have in front of them. And this is indeed a critical time for Latin America, as we've been discussing here this morning and yesterday. There are changes in many countries. Governments are changing, and changing are taking different forms in different countries. But one thing that we as policymakers see across the region is that citizens are worried. They want actions from their governments, but they're no longer sure whether the government can deliver results. And policymakers also know that they need to help to rebuild the trust. And this is why in many countries, new policy agendas are being announced, agendas that promote development that is sustainable, that includes people, and that creates formal jobs and increases competitiveness. And of course, I don't need to convince anyone here in this room that tax policy is a key to achieve this agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. We've heard this here today. We need better debt management and we need improvements in public spending. But let me highlight 4 outcomes that policymakers can achieve by improving tax policies and systems. First, they can mobilize more development finance. As an example, achieving a 100% renewable electricity matrix by 2030 will require countries to invest 1.3% of regional GDP for 10 years. Secondly, they can reduce inequality. We need more progressive taxation systems for this. In OECD economies, for instance, taxes and transfers help reduce the Gini coefficient by about 16%. In LAC, they only reduce it by 2.2%. Third, they can promote entrepreneurship. For this, we need a better composition of the tax system. Compared with OECD economies, LAC economies rely much more heavily on taxes on goods and services rather than on personal income tax. And fourthly, policymakers can increase fiscal and macroeconomic sustainability. And this is a precondition for inclusive and sustainable development. At the OECD, we want our work to help policymakers make progress in all of these areas. And this is why I am both happy and proud that we have the revenue statistics report. We want the report to help design reforms that are based on the best possible evidence in 120 economies across the world. And I know that Colombia used the report to inform its tax reforms, which were approved last December 2022. It has also been used in the policy discussions in Paraguay, Peru, and the Dominican Republic, only to name a few. And the analysis and information in the report can also spur debate and peer learning in the region. It's a reminder that reforms need to take into account the political economy of our reform. Reforms need to be backed by a broad consensus built through national dialogue and clear communication. And before I close, let me extend my deep gratitude to our co-author institutions. We have here with us today representatives from almost all of them, and I want to extend my thanks, of course, to my colleagues from the OECD Center for Tax Policy and Administration, and of course from the Development Center, the Inter-American Center of Tax Administration, the Inter-American Development Bank, and of course our host and key partner for the region, the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, represented here well by Noel. This publication is a shining example of a partnership between multiple organizations. We need partnerships like this to support policymakers in Latin America and the Caribbean in improving well-being for their citizens. So I look very much forward to the discussion. As was instructed by the moderator, we will pass the floor to each other. So please allow me to give the floor now to David Bradbury from the Tax Directorate of the OECD. Over to you, David.
Well, thanks very much, Raga, and it's great to be here with you all. We had a couple of advertisements a little bit earlier, and I'm very pleased to jump in and join that and say that I have this new shiny publication to launch today as part of the launch of revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's been customary to launch this publication in conjunction with this event. And once again, it's a great pleasure and a privilege for us to be able to do that today. Just to give a little bit of the context to the publication itself. Revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, it provides a comprehensive and detailed and harmonised set of statistics on tax revenues for the LAC region, and it dates back to data back to 1990. There is the report, there's the data set, we provide interactive charts, country notes in both English and Spanish, and a whole range of other material, and that's all available online. And I encourage you to go to the primary source itself and to explore that in detail. I think it is also worth recognising that the LAC project, the LAC revenue statistics, is but part of a broader global revenue statistics initiative. And we have more than 120 countries covered in that data set. And one of the greatest aspects of value in having that comparable data set is that you are able to compare your country, its tax to GDP ratio and its tax structure with any of the other countries in that data set. No doubt you'll be very keen to benchmark yourself against other countries in the region, but you also have the opportunity to benchmark yourself against countries beyond the region. And sometimes there may be other countries that you recognise and identify that have a similar economic base, or maybe at a similar stage of economic development, and you may be interested in just comparing the extent to which you stack up versus that country. So I encourage you to go to the data set itself for that. Now, this particular edition is the 12th edition, and it's published in two monolingual reports, an English and Spanish report. And that's a slight departure from past experience, where we typically produced the one report that was in both English and Spanish, but now we have the standalone reports, and this is the first year that we've done that. It covers 27 countries in the region, and we have regional averages, the LAC average, which covers those 27 countries with two exclusions, and that is Cuba and Venezuela, and that's due to some data comparability issues. And the data and the analysis on tax revenues, it goes up to 2021, and that's to ensure that we have a common data set across all of the countries. We have two special features in this year's edition. The first one is on the impact of the global recovery and also Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its specific impacts on natural resource revenues in the region. And the other special feature is focused on the widespread use of tax expenditures in the LAC region. And just to hone in on a couple of the key messages. Well, we find that tax revenues in the region rebounded to their pre-crisis levels in 2021. So after having gone backwards in 2020, understandably so, we saw those revenues rebound to their pre-pandemic levels. And the recovery in tax revenues in 2021 was essentially driven by three factors. One, the economic recovery. The second was higher commodity prices, and that obviously was particularly beneficial to countries that have strong resource endowments. And also we saw an end to a whole range of the temporary COVID-19 tax reliefs that were in place. So countries had put these tax concessions or tax reliefs in place in order to ease the pressure of the crisis on businesses and households. And then as they were unwound, there was a natural bounce back. And we see that the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated a number of the broader tax policy challenges, but in doing so has once again highlighted the importance of securing higher and more sustainable tax revenues, and essentially ensuring that we have more robust domestic resource mobilisation moving forward. Now, this first graph that I wanted to share with you is an interesting one, and it's interesting because of, in particular, what we saw occur last year in the 2020 data. So what this shows is essentially the tax to GDP ratio. Being a ratio, there is a numerator and a denominator. The numerator is the tax collected, and the denominator is the GDP. So increases or decreases in the ratio can be driven by movements in either the numerator or the denominator. And it seems a little bit counterintuitive, but it is actually possible for your tax to GDP ratio to increase even though your tax revenues in nominal terms have declined. As long as your tax revenues and that decline is not as much as the decline in your GDP, your nominal GDP, then it produces an increase in the tax to GDP ratio. So it is really, I think, important if we're serious about not just the ratio, but we're serious about overall levels of domestic resource mobilisation. I think it is important to dig beneath the surface of the ratio. And so what you see here is on the vertical axis, you see movements in nominal tax revenues, and on the horizontal axis, you see changes in nominal GDP. And what is quite striking in 2021, and that's the dark blue dots as opposed to the grey shadow dots, which represent 2020, you see that we have experienced increases in nominal GDP in most countries, the big exception there being the Bahamas, where we see them on the left-hand side. But around the Bahamas, around that blue dot, you can see a whole series of grey dots. And what that's pointing to is the fact that in 2020, in the 2020 data, there were a lot of countries that were experiencing declines in nominal GDP. And so that's something that you really need to weigh up when you're assessing the overall movement in the tax to GDP ratio. And in fact, in 2021, not only do we see a large number of blue dots moving to the right-hand side of the graph and depicting an increase in nominal GDP, but we see a fairly large number of those blue dots moving up the vertical axis, depicting the fact that there are increased nominal tax revenues. And that is, as I said earlier, driven by those factors that I mentioned before, the rebound in economic growth, the commodity prices, and also the unwinding of those tax reliefs that were in place during COVID. So if we move to the next slide, what we see here are the tax to GDP ratios on a country-by-country basis across the region. And you can see that 18 of the 26 countries in this particular graph experienced increases. So it wasn't just the average, it was fairly widespread in terms of the increases in tax to GDP ratio. We see that the number of countries there experiencing increases greater than 2%. I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 countries that experienced increases of more than 2 percentage points in their tax to GDP ratio. So quite significant amongst those, and then a range of other countries. If you compare that to both the LAC average, but also the OECD average, you could see that some of those gains are significantly higher. And of course, the bars represent the 2021 changes, whereas the diamonds represent the 2020 changes. And you can see a lot of diamonds in the lower half of the graph, once again showing the very different tale that we see being told in 2021 compared to the 2020 data. Moving to the next graph here, and I will just spend a moment or two allowing you to consider where your individual countries may fall within this graph, but you can see that there is a lot of variation. That's true across the region, but as I said in the session this morning, that's also very true across the OECD average, where there could be countries that have, in that case, tax to GDP ratios less than 20 and almost 50% of GDP. So huge amount of variation across countries, but you can see even in the region there's considerable variation. But importantly, the average within the region is 21.7%, what it was in 2021, compared to the OECD average of 34.1%. But as I said earlier today, we've experienced, certainly in the last decades, significant progress in boosting that tax to GDP ratio, the average across the region. Moving to the next slide. And this one here is showing the decomposition of those movements in the tax to GDP ratio. And you could see that the The dark blue bar is taxes on income, profits and capital gains. You see the hatching is the social security contributions. Value-added tax, VAT, is the light blue, and the other hatching, the double hatching, is taxes on goods and services. And when you look at that, and the diamond represents the total tax revenue. I think what you can see here is that both VAT and income taxes have been the main drivers of this change over the last year. You heard me say earlier this morning that over the last decade or so, it's been both VAT, but income taxes, and in particular personal income tax. On this occasion, when we look at the year-on-year data, we see that it's not so much the personal income tax, definitely corporate income tax, and also the VAT. And if we look at that and try and drill down, we see that VAT revenues increased as a share of GDP in 21 of the countries in the data set. So VAT is a very big part of the story in terms of what has been driving that improvement in the tax to GDP ratio. But as far as the corporate income tax is concerned, we're seeing that in around half of all countries, it has increased. So both of those tax types are playing an important role. The personal income tax largely remained unchanged, certainly on average. So you see quite a bit of variation there, but VAT and the corporate income tax having the biggest impact. And as I move on to the last slide that I'll be presenting before I hand over to Sebastian, we see here tax by tax. So personal income tax, corporate income tax, social security contributions, VAT, other consumption taxes, and resource revenues, and then total tax. And these whisker charts, basically the whiskers are showing the top and the bottom in terms of countries at the top end and the bottom end, and then the bar in the middle is representing between 25% and 75%, and then the black bar in the middle is the median value. So you see across countries there what's happening. PIT, I said, was largely stable. You see, if anything, a slight reduction there, but relatively stable. Corporate income tax, you see that increase that I was talking about, and reasonably large number of countries benefited from that increase. Social security contributions, you see that moving backwards. And the VAT, once again, a significant increase is evident there across a fairly large number of countries. So you can see that when we say that it's both the corporate income tax and VAT driving these movements, they are relatively broadly based changes that are experienced by a reasonably wide range of countries. And of course, you see the impact on the tax to GDP ratio. So at this point, I'll hand over to Sebastian, who will take us through the remaining slides.
Muchas gracias, David.
Thank you, David. I will now continue in Spanish thanks to the interpreter. And I would like to comment on our report on Latin America and the Caribbean, and how the structure of taxes in the region has evolved, and in comparison to OECD countries. We have seen a rise in the proportion of the personal income tax in Latin America. These used to represent about 8% of total collection in Latin America and the Caribbean in 2005, and today represent about 9.4% of total collection. However, it is still far less than what we have in average with the OECD. There, it represents about 25% of total collection, which means more than 14 percentage points difference in comparison between the two. And so, analyzing the structure of direct taxation, we see first, as I have just said, a drop on the side of personal tax, and when we see the corporate tax, the proportion is higher than in OECD countries and has remained almost unchanged from 2025 to 2021, around 15% of total collection. In 2021, 15.4% of total collection, higher to what we have in OECD countries, where they represents only 9% of total collection. And so within direct taxation, we see the case of Latin America, a very high dependence on the personal taxation in comparison to corporate taxes in terms of the OECD. In relation to indirect taxation, just to say that VAT in Latin America represents close to 30% of collections, whereas in OECD countries it is around 20. So on the one hand, and as we can see in the next slide, there is a significant dependence on indirect taxation, where indirect taxes represent almost half of all taxes in Latin America. And on the other hand, when we get into the direct taxes, we see a very high dependence on corporate income tax. In terms of what we see at country level, the region, it is pretty widespread, this very high impact of indirect taxation, which is what we see in the middle of the graph here, where the countries where the greatest collection comes from these indirect taxes. However, there are interesting cases. For example, on to the left of the graph, you can see countries such as Honduras or Guyana or Mexico, where the direct tax on personal tax is quite high in comparison to the total for Latin America and the Caribbean. However, it does not reach the level of OECD countries, where it is practically 25% of direct taxes or personal income tax. The other thing that we see in the report is how it is evolving and what we collect from taxes related to the environment.
Es que en América Latina
What we see is that in Latin America, we were collecting around 5.1% of the GDP versus the 2% that we have in OECD economies. In other words, we collect half of what we collect in OECD countries. And with regards environmental taxes, we find something similar to what we find in the OECD, with a high percentage of taxes related to energy. We also differentiated per region, and we found that especially in the Caribbean, the level of revenues is still relatively small, where we collected less than 0.9% of the GDP. And now, dealing with the a level of countries, we find important differences. There's nothing similar to what David said with regards to total revenues, and we find exactly the same thing when it comes to taxes related to the environment, where on the other hand, on the one hand, we have countries, as occurs with Guyana, Honduras, or Costa Rica, or Argentina, where we are approaching the average of the OECD when it comes to revenues related to the environment. And on the other hand, what we mentioned beforehand, in the sense that some Caribbean countries, such as Antigua and Barbados or Trinidad and Tobago, the revenues are very small in terms of environmental taxes, but we also find something similar for Ecuador or for Belize in these results, where once again, a fundamental point is how we are able to increase tax collections related to the environment, an agenda that is linked to the green economy, and to also have focused policies to compensate for the higher cost of tax-related or environment-related taxes, and to prevent what happens with energy in some countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And to round up, I would like to insist on the main messages of this report. The first one, which is closely aligned with what was mentioned by David at the beginning of this presentation. Revenues have increased in the Latin American and Caribbean region. In 2021 compared to 2020, it increased by around 0.8 percentage points, and is still at a high, what is at a high level is a difference that we have compared to the average in the OECD. And this level of 21.7% of the GDP is close to what we had before the pandemic. In other words, we're returning to the structural levels that we had prior to the pandemic when it comes to tax revenues in Latin America and the Caribbean. And now, per country, we can see that in 18 out of the 26 countries where we conducted these measurements, tax revenues have increased. Now, dealing with the different reasons for this increase in tax revenues, of course, we have the economic recovery after the pandemic in the region, and also a better behavior of the prices of commodities at the end of some tax reliefs in the region. Now, analyzing this in terms of the components of the revenue structure, the biggest increase was on goods and services, as I mentioned beforehand. They represent 50% of the revenues, and they increased by 0.8% of the GDP on average in the region. And the second important increase was also the result of taxes on taxes and benefits that increased by 0.1% of the GDP. And to conclude, undoubtedly, one of the messages that we have in this report is that the pandemic has exacerbated a number of challenges for the region, underlying the need for higher tax revenues and to improve the taxation structure in Latin America and the Caribbean. On the one hand, in terms of responding to poverty and inequality challenges, and what Ragnar mentioned at the beginning of her presentation, we not only collect a little, but also inadequately when we talk of the progressive nature of this, because the impact of revenues upon inequalities continues to be small in Latin America compared to OECD countries, and especially to the European Union. A second fundamental point is the sustainability of the debt, and how a better structure and better taxes could help the sustainability of the debt, which is an issue that we discussed this morning. And finally, the need to find a better revenues to finance the development agenda, and primarily greater investments. And for this, we're not only talking of the increase of taxation rates, but also avoidance measures, so measures of that nature, and also a better communication of all these aspects. The progressive nature has a double benefit of greater revenues, but also contributes to resolving inequality as a result of the direct taxes on physical persons. Thank you very much for your attention. And in the link, you can gain access to the publication with detailed information on the taxation structure of the 26 countries that are included in this report. Thank you. Thank you, Raga, David, and Sebastian. And now I'll offer the floor to Michael Haney, who is Economic Affairs Officer of the Economic Development Division of ECLAC, who will deliver a presentation of the two thematic chapters of this issue of the report. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you to share one of the main findings of the special chapters that we prepared for this issue of the report. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to our partners in this work, the OECD, SIAC, and the IDB, and especially to all the technical teams in Paris, in Panama City, and DC, with whom we have worked hard over the past few years. I would also like to add that this year is special for me because this is the 10th edition of revenue statistics for our region. Today, I will present two very different aspects, and I have little time, so let's move ahead. The first chapter deals with fiscal revenues from natural non-renewable resources in the region. During 2022, fiscal revenues linked to the production of fossil fuels in the region increased significantly due to a large extent to the war in the Ukraine that caused an important increase in international energy prices. And it's important to highlight that the dynamics of prices is especially relevant because most of these revenues are the result of instruments where what we tax is the commercial value of the productions, such as royalties, among others. And we can see in this graph on the left-hand side, in the pink colored bars, and in accordance with XXXV estimations, the revenues for the general government through the exploration and production of oil and gas represented 4% of the GDP versus 2.6% of the GDP in 2021. And this is at the highest level since oil prices collapsed at the end of 2014 and in early 2015. Despite that, the regional average was strongly influenced by countries, as we can see here. Guyana, where the commercial production of oil is beginning, and Trinidad and Tobago, a country that exports oil, but also natural gas, where the high profits of the sector led to a strong increase of revenues obtained from corporate tax. The impact of the war in the Ukraine was relevant for international markets of minerals and metals. Prices increased for a range of industrial metals that had already reached high levels, even record levels in 2021. However, prices dropped in the second half of the year to the extent that macroeconomic conditions in the world worsened, and consecutive confinement in China interrupted many world supply chains. As a result, annual prices for important products for the regions such as copper, lead, and tin dropped despite the fact that they remained at relatively high prices, whilst iron ore experienced a more significant correction of around 25%, which is an important aspect for Brazil. However, despite this fall, we estimated that mining revenues in 2022 remained at the same level as 2021 of 0.7% of the GDP. And this relative stability is explained primarily as a result of the good performance of mining taxes in several countries. The payment of corporate tax was especially important due to a large extent to the liquidation of pending taxation obligations coming from the previous year in 2021, when the high prices were translated into higher revenues. Among the countries, it is important to mention the case of Chile, where revenues related to copper dropped. But this reduction was more than compensated with the revenues related to lithium that totaled 1% of the GDP in 2022. Now, before we move on to the next chapter, I would like to go back to a point that several of my colleagues have already referred to, but I still feel it's worthwhile highlighting that energy transmission and the adoption of low carbon type of products will imply important fiscal impacts in the region. In the case of fossil fuel producers, this transition will be painful in fiscal terms. We are talking of practically 10 and even more than 10 percentage points of the GDP in terms of revenues, with an important reduction in their revenues precisely when very big investments are needed in order to change their productive structures. And conservative estimations that we have done here at ECLAC for these countries in a scenario of a transmission to net zero emissions and an increase in investment cases that shows that public accounts would become unsustainable with an explosive increase of public debt, even in scenarios where we see an increase in tax revenues. For these countries, it is essential, therefore, to benefit from this window to reformulate fiscal frameworks applied to those activities in order to generate resources that could be saved now and that could provide a financing flow in the future to finance the productive transition that is required. The situation, however, is different for several mining countries. This transition will give rise to great economic revenues as a result of a massive production of goods that are intensive in metals and minerals, such as copper and lithium. And therefore, in these countries, what is also crucial is to establish today fiscal frameworks that ensure a fair share of the state in these future revenues in order to obtain fiscal resources to promote investment and growth. And given that we are publicizing our publications, I would like to say that in the fiscal panorama of the previous year, we had a chapter devoted to the issue of fiscal markets of the extractive sector, where we have options to strengthen the participation of the state in these economic revenues.
Okay. El segundo.
The second chapter, a different topic, has to do with tax expenditure in the region, based mostly on another report of ours on the measurement of collection renunciations in Latin America. As we have heard, tax expenditure is an important tool for public policy and could promote economic and social development. However, tax expenditure may not always be the public policy instrument that is most efficient in order to achieve these goals. And collected income could be large. And so it is very important to have a robust estimate of the size of these tax non-receivables to see the impact on public policy. And in this, the region has moved ahead significantly during the last decade, as we have documented here. Nevertheless, there is still room for improvement of these estimates. There is a significant variation among countries in terms of what constitutes tax expenditure and the methodologies used to estimate the size. And these references hinder an understanding of the magnitude and the makeup of tax expenditures within and among countries over time. However, despite these limitations, the results presented in the reports published by countries, and almost all countries of Latin America do publish their reports with estimates of tax expenditure. And these results allow us to analyze in an illustrative manner what these are in the region. And as you can see here, the, the income is significant. In this in last year was 3% of GDP, and which is equivalent to 19% more or less of tax income of the general government. In terms of this preferential treatment over added value, in many cases having to do with consumables, food, and other elements of the basket, and has significant weight in different countries. And of course, tax expenditure related to income tax are also very relevant and may have to be an incentive for the corporate sector, although in some countries these special treatments for personal income tax is also relevant. As we have heard today, the current context is an opportunity to reflect on special VAT treatment, especially for food. As you can see here, tax expenditure in this area are significant in some countries, representing 1% of GDP or more. And this represents a very significant effort in terms of pursuing a social aim. Nevertheless, one significant consideration for tax expenditure for VAT, in this case for food, but in general also, especially in an inflationary context, is that these benefits are not accumulated equally throughout society. And one analysis of the incidence of the benefit, that is on income, in this case, as published by the finance secretary in Mexico in their annual report, suggests that the poorest sectors of the population usually capture very relatively little of this benefit, and which leads us to think regarding the efficacy of the measure in terms of meeting its aim. This sort of analysis is, from our viewpoint, extremely useful in order to assess these measures and should appear in the reports on tax expenditure in the other countries as well. And not only for this, for the income foregone, but we have also seen a novel analysis in Costa Rica regarding the incidence of tax expenditure in terms of the environment, and also in other countries in terms of gender. So there is space, room for improvement in that sense. Now, to close, as we already know, implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development will be a tremendous challenge for the entire region. Substantive investment is needed in order to achieve the SDGs. And one of the key challenges, as we have heard, is mobilization of domestic resources. And in this context, the role of the tax policy in supporting the SDGs has acquired a renewed relevance. And in the case of taxation, particularly these incentives for investment have become an important theme in public policy. Albeit tax expenditure may play a role in supporting the meeting of the SDGs, there is still a lot of work to do in order to ensure that they are an effective tool. And so for the region, this to a great extent depends on having an institutional framework that is able to manage the design, implementation, and governance of tax expenditure, and so ensure the transparency and accountability. And I would like to close with this, which, as I said, the region has progressed in establishing one of the elements that we have shown here in this graph of an institutional framework and in terms of the estimate of tax expenditure. However, a key task still pending is the institutionalization of the assessment of this tax expenditure. At ECLAC, we're carrying out projects to encourage this discussion in the region. And with that, I would really like to add that the figures of fiscal revenues coming from non-renewable natural resources are available at our database online, and you can access them. Thank you. And now, that's it.
Sí, muchísimas gracias, Michael. Noel, sí.
Santi, justo te iba a pasar la palabra.
Santi, I was just going to hand over to you. Santiago Díaz de Serralde, Director of Tax Studies and Research at SIAT. And he's with us online. I wanted to feel integrated to your system, and unfortunately, we have lost the audio.
Santi, te perdimos.
Santi, we have lost you.
Un momento, a ver. ¿Ahora me escuchan mejor?
No te escuchamos.
Un segundo.
We cannot hear you.
We can't hear anyone.
¿Se escucha mejor ahora?
No te escuchamos, Santi.
We still cannot hear you.
Pues no lo entiendo porque está colocado.
No te estamos escuchando.
No, we're not hearing you, unfortunately.
Está puesto y registrándose. No sé cómo hacer.
Santi.
Sí, estoy hablando, pero no parece que no se escucha.
Ahora sí.
Ahora.
Not yet?
Bueno, pensaba disculparme por no estar ahí.
I was going to apologize for not being there, but now all the more because I would have loved to be with you. This seminar for me, and I think that for the entire Latin America, is the main seminar on fiscal policy in Latin America, and for many reasons. It's now 20 years since the first time I attended a meeting, and I met many of you and on whom I continue to work. It is a true luxury. So I thank ECLAC for the invitation and OECD and all colleagues, and congratulations to Michael Haney for his anniversary. And I wanted to say that the report on the content of the report is perfect. And this is reflected not only in this year's report, but also being able to have all previous versions. And these chapters have given us a panorama, and we've lost the audio again, unfortunately.
Equipo. Ya. Adelante, te escuchamos.
What I was saying is that these statistics give us not only the data, but are useful for many other things, many other research, and on varied occasions have been a part of these special chapters. And in that sense, I wanted to highlight how at SEAD we use it as the basis for some of our statistics. We're just about to publish the equivalent fiscal pressure, which was part of the special chapter last year, and that allow us to integrate other public revenues that are not taxes, but that allow a better comparison among countries. And so we compared contributions to social security, the private sector in countries that have this system, and also included other income of the public sector that are not taxes. And this raises the median by almost 2 points, and in some countries, even higher. For example, for the last year, 2021, we lost the audio again. Ah, yes, he's back. Yes. Well, I was saying that including the payments made to a social security system that is compulsory but private in the case of Chile would allow raising the fiscal pressure with a broader concept by 6 points, going from 22 to 28 points, percentage points of GDP. And in Mexico, also via natural resources, going from 16.7 to 22.8, so more than 5 points. And in Panama, on account of the canal, since it has been on maintenance, they would go to 16%. And so this is the report also based on is being that you can homologable or harmonized because depending on the methodology of the tax statistics. In the same way, it also allows us to do other things, such as a monthly follow-up of collections, thanks to information from the tax entities. We do this with a report on collection on COVID-19, and then use it for SEAT after the end of the pandemic. And this allows us to gather the data. So now for 2022, and on the basis of the data that we have to 2021, we see a rise in real terms, discounting inflation, of the income managed by the tax entities of 16.8. And also this serves to highlight the great activity of tax entities very successfully throughout the pandemic and after, and have been able to maintain collections and processes in a very difficult setting. If the average fell 9% on average in the second year in 2022, 2021, a recovery of almost 18%, and in this last year, 2022, recovery continues with a rise in our database of 8.6%. And so, of course, with major differences among countries, or more than 30% Trinidad and Tobago, all the way to minus 5% Mexico, Jamaica, Panama. And so it has also served as the basis for the follow-up that Michael was mentioning of the tax expenditure. And there, in the report that we do at SEAT, and it goes back more than 10 years, the database is available for 2022. We coincided in the data. Well, a very minor difference, 3% of GDP on average, and Latin America and the Caribbean, very not very different to 3.7. We also see that in the last 3 years, the weight of this in GDP has come down, not only on account of the changes in income, but also in relation to potential collection. It has come down, and very slightly, the percentage represented by tax expenditure in comparison to potential collection.
And for many other issues, this is very important. For example, to calculate the efficiency or inefficiency in tax collection, something that in the region and with the tremendous support of tax authorities has increased significantly over time. And we have a long series of the measurement of efficiency and of the bridging of the fiscal gap that has gradually increased and improved. And tax authorities in Latin America and the Caribbean now, many of them are a world reference because of the incorporation of technology, both to provide services and to have a proactive enforcement of fiscal legislation. Tax authorities right now, especially through innovations such as the electronic invoice, are leaders at a world level in terms of how they are capable of controlling their resources beyond the tax legislations that they have to adhere to. And we supplement that from SEAT with something that supplements this data, which is the tax legislation. This year, we have just published an update of the panorama of tax legislation in 19 countries of Latin America, enabling us to compare tax revenues at a central level, at a subnational level, and also some social security data. Organized in terms of different chapters, taxable basis, rates, and so on. That is all available in our webpage. And thanking you all for enabling us to participate online. I would like to say goodbye, and I'm very sad not to be able to continue with us and to congratulate you as always for this tremendous seminar. Thank you very much, Noel. The floor, you have the floor. Thank you, Santiago. I will give you 5 minutes for questions and comments in the room. The floor is open for that purpose.
¿Alguna pregunta?
Questions?
Todo quedó clarísimo de nuevo.
So everything is crystal clear. Perfect. I think everyone is dying for a coffee. So we will move ahead. Simply as a conclusion, I would like to thank all the participants today. I think several very interesting things were brought up, and I would like to highlight some of them. Raga, you referred to collaboration. To this work that already has two issues. Involves a collaboration of four institutions, and that has been tremendously important because it has helped us to learn and to establish standardized methodologies to classify tax statistics in the region. And I also go back to several of the things that David mentioned. One of the most important things is that when we have these standardized classifications, we are able to compare not only between countries in the region, but also with countries in other regions. And also standardization in the classification between levels of government, which is sometimes very complex because there is no accounting standardization in terms of revenues and in terms of expenditure. And so I believe that that is something that is something tremendously valuable in this report. From Sebastian, I would like to highlight several of the comparisons that he made and that were also mentioned by Santiago. This report and these statistics provide us with the ability to compare ourselves with that OECD average, this benchmark mentioned by David. As a comparison, but also to understand that our regional reality is diverse. So we have countries with revenue levels of over 30% and others with only 12 or 14%. And therefore, that reality is varied in our region, and that is important in order to understand that the policies that countries require are diverse. The importance of being able to use this type of information in different national decisions is the final purpose of the report. And from Michael, I would like to rescue these two specific issues, the natural resources and the important, the weight that tax revenues have in many countries of the region and the implications that we have looking at the future with the climate transition and the importance of tax expenditure, which is or tax revenue expenditure, which is work that we have conducted that we have all done, the organization work on this publication, because we're losing revenues and that does not necessarily meet the objectives that we seek. And so thank you very much. Once again, I would like to ask a warm hand for all the presenters and also for Santiago, who is with us online. And we will now have a 15-minute coffee break so that we can continue with the fifth session, Innovating Sovereign Financial Instruments. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Vamos a comenzar con la sesión ahora sobre
We'll begin, and now we will begin with the session on innovating instruments, sovereign financing instruments. So we will have 20-minute presentations, and after that, comments. We'll open up the floor for additional comments. First of all, we'll offer the floor to Carola Moreno, Head of Financial and International Affairs at the Ministry of Finance of Chile. So I'll offer her the floor, first of all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to take part in this regional seminar on fiscal policy, and I greet all the people that are present. As you well said, I work in the Ministry of Finance, and I'm head of the Public Finance Office. And since we're going to talk about innovation and instruments for financing, we will talk as from the perspective of the Ministry of Finance, the ESG. The first thing, perhaps, is to highlight the commitment that Chile has in order to face up to climate change. This is important because basically the financing strategy that we have responds to our country strategy in order to face up to the impact of climate change. And also, as I will mention later on, incorporating objectives related to nature and biodiversity. We have a framework law on climate change, which is one of the few, or perhaps the only law at an international level that incorporates the carbon goal by 2050. After that, we have the law on energy efficiency and so on. We have objectives and goals, like many countries have in terms of nationally determined contributions. So we have updated that, in fact. And it's important to bear this in mind because the objectives that we have committed in this NDC will be relevant for the instruments, for the public financing instruments. We have a long-term climatic strategy that involves measures that have to be implemented. And once again, that will make different public entities responsible, among them the Ministry of Finance, that will be mandated with the design of the financial strategy in order to generate a strategy that will be able to determine costs and find the financing gaps for these climatic measures in the long term. And finally, public policies, various sector laws, electromobility is the one that you can see here, the national green hydrogen strategy, and so on, that I will refer to. Within this scenario, what we're pointing at is towards an economy with sustainable growth, where the energy matrix has increased in terms of the share of renewable energies. And we are working so that that share of renewable energy increases, and that requires an effort on the part of the state that goes beyond specific administrations. In consequence, the strategies that we have in the energy sector is a strategy with a long-term horizon. I would like to mention here as a very symbolic case the green hydrogen industry, because it complies with several dimensions that enable us to understand the public financing strategy and how we have innovated in order to face up to these challenges. We know that Chile has very privileged conditions, and hence therefore, as I mentioned beforehand, this has been taken on board as a priority at a state level. We work within a committee that has an interministerial committee involving 11 ministries and Corfo, headed by the Ministry of Energy, that has the mandate of developing the energy strategy. It also incorporates various spheres, and I would say that it tries to encompass the largest possible number of different spheres to understand aspects such as territoriality, environmental assessment, planning, that we have an engine for innovation to incorporate technologies or issues related to employment, also links with the community, and of course the mobilization of financial resources in that sense. Part of the strategy refers to finding innovating formulas, and this relates to obtaining, leveraging resources from the private sector, designing an entity in Corfu that would diminish the risk of private sector investments. And therefore, we have a facility that would provide direct credits, but also issues related to coverage, guarantees, and with the purpose of reducing the risk and creating an incentive for private investment. From the macro viewpoint and in terms of where we're heading, this obviously has to do with energy independence, public-private partnerships. I cannot exaggerate the importance that they have. Multilateral support is very important, because it's not only difficult, but I would say that it's not feasible to develop an industry of this size and the implications that that involves, so without the participation of the private sector. Nor, and I would like to highlight this, can we develop an industry of this size without considering the environment, nature, and biodiversity. And I'll explain this a little further. So the role of ministries of finance in the struggle against climate change encompasses several aspects, different spheres of action. And this is something that has been developed at a multilateral level with NGOs, as from various international entities that have highlighted the coordinating role, the role of having this macro vision on the part of the Ministry of Finance, and therefore, without being the ministry that is directly involved, as the Ministry of the Environment, or the Ministry of Energy and of the Economy, of having this macro vision and acting as a coordinator and creating this shared vision within public administration. And this acquires tremendous relevance when it comes to the design of policies, of implementing them, of designing regulatory frameworks, of promoting initiatives that involve the public sector as a whole. The fact that it is the ministry that deals with public finances also enables, via increasingly specific measurements, fiscal expenditure on climate change, and that enables us to earmark public resources in order to strengthen mitigation, adaptation, and eventually, to the extent that we incorporate biodiversity measures to be able to support recovery, protection, and the development of various ecosystems and the protection of nature. Likewise, international relations. Having said that, in the financial strategy of the Ministry of Finance, we will begin to update that strategy, but for the time being, that is defined as making finances greener. In other words, generate information so that the flow of financing may reach environmentally sustainable activities. And we're presently working on producing an environmentally sustainable taxonomy, and we're in the early stages of that design to finance what is green and always capturing or benefiting from opportunities that arise. It's very important for us not only to make what we're doing known, but also to learn from international practices. And that is what we do, participating in various platforms in our case, in platforms of ministers of finance at a regional level in the IB. We also participate at a global level with the IMF and the World Bank. And we also refer to studies in different publications, given the progress of the green finance financing strategy in Chile. The strategy incorporates since 2019 and 2018, we created the first framework for green emissions. But as from 2019, we begin with the first sovereign emission, which is the first in the region. And since then, we have promoted more green issues. These green bonds have underlying products that are financed through the revenues obtained from the issue of these instruments, and therefore we identify projects that comply with certain characteristics, and to the extent that those projects qualify, they become projects associated to this the issue of these instruments, and that enables us to package, so to speak, several instruments in one project. We have also made headway in terms of social bonds. So today we closed a very successful issue in pesos equivalent to around $2.3 billion, a social bond. And I would like to highlight that with projects related to education, housing, projects associated basically to SDG goals. This has been truly a very successful operation involving the 58% foreign investors at a very positive rate. And so I convey my congratulations to the team that worked on that. I would also like to tell you that the priority has been to position these types of bonds, and now we have 30% of the stock as a result of today's issue with what we call thematic bonds, green, social, and sustainable ones. The objective is to increase this share, this proportion, and therefore the flows of issues are being increasingly ESG bonds in order to reach 50%, which would be our objective by 2026. And that puts us in the highest places in terms of the ranking of countries that have ESG issues. Andorra and Hong Kong are outliers, of course. Their market is very specific, very unique, and therefore when we talk of countries with more similar markets, we are top one in terms of the proportion of these ESG bonds when it comes compared to total bonds. I don't want to dwell at length on this, but I would like to tell you that the way in which we issue in Chile adheres to the best international standards. We always publish the frameworks in order to say how we issue this, which type of instruments we use, whether we're going to have second-party opinions, what indicators are going to be issued, how we validate that, how we monitor these indicators over time. And all this provides great certainty to investors, and therefore every time we issue this, we increase the investor base. It becomes more diversified, and the quality of investors that we receive is quite high. And we also have a lot of demand. Again, exemplify this with the bond issue today. The demand was 3 times the amount of the bond that was issued. And the bond that I will deal with is the bond related to sustainability. I spoke of green bonds that have an underlying project, but that is not the case when it comes to SLBs, a sustainability-linked bond. This bond is linked to country objectives, to the objectives that are anchored in the NDCs. Not all of them, we choose some. And in this case, we chose that annual emissions by 2030 should be 95 MTCO2 and to achieve a maximum budget of emissions of 1,100 between 2020 and 2030. And I highlighted the previous project because the proportion of renewable, non-conventional energy in the electricity grid should reach 60% by 2032. Now, what does this mean? Well, when one issues these bonds with these indicators, that must be credible, verifiable, ambitious. International investors have very demanding standards in that sense. Once we issue them, this is closed with a certain coupon rate. And what we do is to align the financial strategy with the climatic strategy, considering that when we have to meet these indicators in the established dates, if an indicator is not met, the state pays for a financial cost, and the coupon advances in 25 base points if we don't reach a goal, or 50 base points if we don't meet two goals. This is the first bond that is issued with these characteristics. And the first bond is the sustainability linked bond in the world.
The second was recently Uruguay that has some different features. And what is the point? This way of financing is not limited by the number of projects. Neither is it limited by the fact that you want to support a particular sector, a particular project, but linked to a country strategy. When various indicators can be developed, for example, biodiversity or indicators for gender, the instrument does allow it. And so what you need to do is have instruments, the KPIs, that are measurable, ambitious, and that obviously allow a policy incentive, because otherwise you issue a plain vanilla bond at any time. But the idea is to have an innovative instrument and being able to create incentives in the right direction. And I end by saying that all of this has entailed benefits from the financial viewpoint and not only policy direction. We did a historical exercise that what would happen if all bonds had been issued. She corrects herself. If all bonds had been issued as plain vanilla, we would not have been able to save the amount that we calculated, $104 billion. And so it is about 80 base points. So it is not a minor issue. And you would think that maybe in the secondary market it may seem little, or maybe 5 base points, but it is the cumulative that is fairly good, calculated at the present value. And then what happens if we were to renew our entire plain vanilla stock? What happens if all bonds hereon are in green? And then you can calculate what are savings from 130, or even if you change your entire stock, it would not make any sense. But $300 billion, just to give an idea. So that is the diversification of investors and innovation. Also puts us in the view of the rest of the world. We've been able to set a benchmark worldwide, and also allows us to make transparent our goals. Well, because these goals are now in the viewpoint, and so we say that we're committing to this in financial terms. So if we can channel resources from other parts, we can move ahead in measuring public expenditure in order to direct public policy. We need to be able to cost them. And so we still have a lot to do to move ahead with the financial strategy. It is very important to include nature and biodiversity concepts. We have a commitment that we've taken on in COP15, biodiversity, and we would like to continue fostering development with these financial instruments, with partnerships with the public sector, private sectors, and this also involves an innovative drive. And all of this innovation implies including knowledge and technology. So we must always be open to being able to welcome technology and innovation from abroad, but also create it locally, not only in the financial sphere, as I have explained, but in all areas. So thank you. Thank you very much, Carola, for that excellent presentation showing the relevance of integrating the environmental strategy to the financial strategy in order not only to have less costly financing, but also achieve social and environmental aims and combine them with the country's strategy. Now I recognize Melvin Quiroz, who is the Director of Public Debt, Ministry of Finance of Costa Rica. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In my presentation, first, I would like to thank the cordial invitation received by ECLAC, sponsored by Spanish Cooperation and other cooperating agencies. On this occasion, I will present very specifically on practical elements, beginning with a description of our statistics, fiscal statistics, and public instruments, going through the instruments that we have recently used in our debt management, the connection of these to our national planning instruments with regard to the environment and climate, and finally, show our experience in the creation of frameworks for thematic issues, sustainability. Some of our indicators, well, today Costa Rica has 63.5% of its debt GDP at the end of 2022. We came from a 68% level of GDP, and this reduction, as we have seen in the other fora this morning and others, has been the result of an improvement of public finances, and that has foreseen having primary deficits of around 2%, at least for the close of 2022. As a result of the fiscal reform passed in 2018, and although passed at the time, was implemented in 2019, but has not seen its highest potential until the year 2022. Because once it's passed in 2019, we were taken over by the pandemic 2021, and the impacts are foreseen for 2022 with a greater potential. We maintain very high financing needs, at least on average for the last 5 years, financing needs of around 7.5% of GDP, with a credit rating BB, which is associated the cost for an economy such as Costa Rica with a BB credit rating to finance 7.5% of GDP in terms of financing needs. We have a 10% of debt concentrated in less than a year, so the rollover of the debt is significant, and almost 50% of the debt will have to be renewed in the next 5 years, which means that on average we would be speaking of close to maturity average of about 10 to 11 years, and for our domestic debt around 6 years. And 30% of our debt is in US dollars. That is why in Costa Rica we can issue dollars in the domestic market as well as the international market. And so, to give a reference of the price, the last placement in March was of 6.3%, and the coupon was 6.5. Yield to maturity today is 6.3, reflecting the improvement seen in international markets in the evolution of Costa Rica's credit rating. Local markets is 8.35% for a 10-year issue. And I must say that this last issue in March, at 6.5%, had a financing labeling for development intended to link between our planning instruments and meeting SDGs. less than 2% of our domestic debt is in the hold of non-residents, and here this is essential. And one of the themes that we are working on in terms of debt management is not the focus of this forum precisely, but it is an aspect that for us is very important to improve. And one of the pillars that were foreseen to attract non-residents, in addition to food or instruments that are tax instruments, but improving the platform for liquidation custody through uh, these issues. And there's another pillar that has to do with uh, thematic issues at local level. And then I resume the experience of Chile in this issue that they have just presented with a social label for a domestic bond in pesos. And so I think that our aspirations could be along those lines. Cost. We must see this with the inflationary component in the domestic economy. Fortunately, this is already tending significantly to recovery, and inflation is now at 2.44%, a figure that closed in March, and maybe one of the first countries of Latin America to show reductions in the monetary policy going from a limit of 9% to a monetary policy rate today standing at 750. This somehow characterizes our costs and challenges in terms of debt. And these costs are associated to some of the statistics that we saw this morning, and where Costa Rica still has implicit debt costs of around 4.8% of GDP. And so being able to achieve significant reductions in the cost of interest configures an element, a fundamental element in order to release fiscal space for other activities, among others, social expenditure, investment, infrastructure, and others, especially if we consider the applying of the fiscal rule as a limitation to a growth of the total expenditure, not just current expenditure. And to a great extent, the growth could be absorbed by the growth in interest. And therefore, it is essential to control, because in Costa Rica, we are controlling the interest. Now, what have we done? Quite aside from what we could do in the domestic market, well, multilateral support continues to be relevant. Almost the entire additional agenda is focused on certain instruments around the climate agenda and the environmental agenda. And here it is important that the multilaterals, aside from their instruments, conventional financing instruments and public investment projects, have for countries that have middle income, such as Costa Rica, and with a credit rating double B, have budget support mechanisms or instruments rather to encourage public policy in environmental and climate matters. This would somehow allow us to continue maintaining our focus of attention on the development of public policy around the environment, but also have access to resources that are far lower cost than accessing international formal financing markets. This, of course, includes the operation or the availability of financing that we obtain from the IMF through the Sustainability and Resilience Facility. Now, this is also combined with other concessional resources through GAP and the concessional where resources where we obtain support for activities related to the environment, and in the case of financing facilities for migratory issues and social ones. And so this somehow supplements the financing agenda, but unfortunately continue to be resources that are somehow limited and on around $50 or $20 million for each transaction. And to this, we need to add a few other initiatives, such as the Green Climate Fund and others that could also collaborate to finance some of these initiatives. And then you have international market participation. And there we have been a bit more active with the carbon capture certificates, the natural swaps, and we were very active a few years ago prior to the establishment of our fiscal rule. And these operations on changing the nature of debt was configured differently to what we are visualizing today. Previously, far more concessional, and they have donation arrangements of the main debt aspects to be fully assigned to activities or exchange related to the nature. But today, this is not the case, and so things are more sophisticated, and what it means is that countries access savings by repurchasing papers because they have multilateral guarantees or this is allowed. And it is the savings in terms of interest that are assigned to climate or environmental matters.
Esto genera This leads, first of all, to lesser resources for instruments of this nature, but it is no longer the main one that is at play, but savings in interest terms that could generate these marginal increases in expenditure. But for those countries such as Costa Rica, that also has fiscal rules, limits to a large extent the funneling of these savings, and because it could somehow compromise the fiscal rules previously established and the budget destinations that have already been planned. And the other element is the ESG global bond emissions. In the case of Costa Rica, we have been working on the framework of ESG issues, and there is an important element, at least for Costa Rica. Costa Rica, despite the fact that we have a whole series of issues in the international markets, and none of them are labeled explicitly in terms of ESG matters or in terms of green environmental issues, we do form part of the ESG index, ESG MB index estimated by JP Morgan. And we have a score of 71, just behind Uruguay and Chile. And this means that despite the fact that we don't have an explicit labeling in our instruments in the capital markets, Costa Rica can gain access to investors who have an ESG vocation. And if we don't have the label, what does that? Well, a whole set of public policies geared and clearly based on the maintenance of coherent policies when it comes to climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Thus, much of what we could be viewing in the case of Costa Rica as a plain vanilla doesn't perhaps behave like a plain vanilla because the country brand as such, it means that we are definitely an ESG country. And this is what is at the basis of that behavior. Country that has a clear and renowned leadership in environmental issues with a whole series of important elements that always means that it is among the top 5 in various rankings and measurements. It is not by chance that we have more than 90% of our energy matrix as clean energy, that we have 52% forest coverage, and a whole series of other characteristics that make Costa Rica a country that is clearly an ESG country, and therefore our issues in the international market are regarded as such. All the elements related to NDC, as mentioned by Carola, are pre-established, and we're not only a country that is transparent in terms of nationally determined contributions, but that is also accountable for their our compliance with them, and that is tremendously important for international investors. Whether we have an explicit labeling of financial instruments. Now, clearly, what is important is to achieve that ESG label for international markets. I would say that it is definitely important to have that explicit labeling. Increasingly, the green part for investors demands the instruments that are far more transparent, that are far more coherent, with fewer possibilities of greenwashing, of deviating funds, and so on. And the labeling provides a guarantee to the investor community in terms of this material, despite the fact that what is labeled is a bond or an emissions or an issue program. And what underlies the possibility of that label is indeed to have public policies that are very well anchored at a national level. Within this last measurement that we conducted in March, we established a link between those that labeled the bond as finance for development. This is a label that does not necessarily comply with IGMA standards, but that does provide the bond with a guideline, so to speak, in order to associate that with compliance with SDGs. Supported by a diversity in terms of planning instruments. Carolina mentioned some, but in the case of Costa Rica, national decarbonization plans, the plans to adapt to climate change, the biodiversity policies, those are all important elements associated to sustainable development goals. And in one way or another, investors with ESG or climatic responsibility will bear that in mind when it comes to an investment of this nature. Now, what is our experience with the establishment of the framework? Well, we find here a whole set of decisions and trade-offs that at a practical level, I would like to comment with you in terms of the experience that we have had with the establishment of this framework. First of all, what type of framework are we going to obtain? It could be an ESG framework or an SOP framework, or perhaps we will try to combine both ESG and SLB initiatives in one single framework. And perhaps in the past we had ESG frameworks because they were the first instruments that we had at hand, but with the experience that Chile and Uruguay have had, we can say, okay, there is another instruments and we can create global frameworks. However, the experience in instruments with SLBs is still scarce. We have two countries, and there isn't yet evidence of the results that issues of this nature can have, especially when we take into consideration the political risk of making a step up with a coupon. And these are all elements that, as from the sovereign, in the case of Costa Rica, we are monitoring clearly to determine the implications of this. Out of all the ESG issues in that graph, only 3.5 billion are issued as SLBs, and clearly the issue of Chile and Uruguay, and thus there is no market that one can foresee as relevant within the whole set of sustainable green social issues with a sustainability vocation. Now, in the specific case of SLBs, of sustainability-linked bonds, Costa Rica has a position that could mean that it could be a potential issuer of SLBs. It maintains its indices that are already transparent and have been clarified. And we make a much more flexible use of the funds. For the case of Costa Rica, this could be important for Costa Rica without necessarily having to identify specific projects in green matters, and therefore the use of funds could be much more flexible. However, there are some additional considerations that we have analyzed when it comes to the issue of or the establishment of an SLB framework as such, and that is that in one way or another, for Costa Rica, having reached important levels in environmental and climatic terms, the marginal cost of committing to ambitious goals could be risky. It is not the same for a country that has a forestry coverage of 25% to say that it will advance to 30%, and perhaps that is easily reachable with a lower cost than in a country that has 52% of forest coverage and enters into the commitment of achieving 52.5%. That perhaps is not so attractive from the viewpoint of investors. It seems to be a less ambitious goal, but it is a costly goal and marginally very important. And therefore, we see there an important risk. The other aspect is that this requires greater coordination, interministerial coordination. Carola already mentioned, and many of the ministries that can be involved, and the leadership of the Ministry of Finance in that sense. But that coordination is always important, and there must be an institutional framework that is sufficiently robust in order to achieve that coordination. In addition, from the viewpoint of investors, we feel that given the fact that there is far greater freedom in the use of resources, SLB instruments tend to be viewed as tend to be regarded as having a greater possibility of doing greenwashing and other initiatives that are not necessarily the financing of green social projects and the political risk that I just mentioned, in the sense that the step-ups that have been put forward in terms of SLBs, if they were to take place, that could lead to an important delay in complying or in meeting the goals that we have within the framework of sustainable issues. And therefore, Costa Rica has betted on an ESG framework rather than on an SLB framework as such. The other element is governance, the institutional framework. We've already seen who should become a leader in ESG in terms of developing these projects and their assessment. Normally, it is debt management offices that become leaders in order to establish not only the framework, but also the evaluation of projects and their selection. But we actually require interdepartmental coordination within the Ministry of Finance and other budgetary areas to identify biomarkers, budgetary markers or climatic budgetary markers, and also involving natural disasters and even some other elements such as gender issues that may be identified within the national budget. All that requires this coordination between debt and national budget, budgetary authorities, departments of fiscal analysis, the involvement of all that at a ministerial level, even more so to involve the environmental ministry, the planning ministry in this whole selection process. The process of selecting projects, well, again, this is an important element that has to be defined within the framework, the projects that we're going to define, the eligibility criteria. And what is also very important is to identify the impact indicators for those projects that may be eligible in all categories. I am rounding up the type of instruments that will be labeled. We see the IGMA principles associated to bonds, but are not limited exclusively to bonds. So we can label any financial instrument that is in circulation, and therefore we could label loans as such. And in the case of Costa Rica, what is very important is that the framework is useful for the issue not only at the international level, but also local bonds, and so that we can also label loans. And why loans? Well, because that is a counterpart of a multilateral that is financing a program with an environmental vocation and sustainability vocation in order to say, okay, I am labeling a bond, and as occurs in the international market, this is the greenium. And what is the greenium that we're talking about in order to fund a conventional loan with a environmental climatic sustainability label? Who will we build this with? Well, this is not the task of ministries of finance, so we require cooperation, and obviously there is interest on the part of the whole international cooperation community to work with countries to develop their frameworks. And in our case, ECLAC helped us enormously in the initial development of the draft for these frameworks of sustainable issues. But we cannot forget that this is geared towards the investor community. We must also take into consideration the viewpoints of the investor community in order to include that in the framework and to obtain the best added value of the documentation, the selection of projects associated to what the market and our counterpart that buys the bond is interested in having. In addition, this is a task that I feel is important, and I refer to the fact that to the international trend that could somehow guarantee the intensification of cost reductions. We must understand that investors that as a counterpart have an environmental climatic vocation are still, at the end of the day, investors, and they will, of course, be looking at other elements in terms of categories of investment, the credit rating, the sustainability of the debt, other macroeconomic components as well. And so the fact that they have an environmental vocation and doesn't mean that they stop being investors, and that also has to be taken on board when we build the instruments in climatic or environmental matters. And that is where I conclude my participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Melvin. Very interesting presentations showing the gains to be made, but also the coordination challenges and the need for support by the international community. And so now we will hand over to Cesar Vives, the General Director of the Unit of Public Credit in Mexico, and this will be done online. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. If you allow me, I would like to put up my presentation. Can you see it? Ah, yes. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you today to talk about the instruments of the government of Mexico linked to SDGs and the 2030 Agenda. As part of Mexico's commitment to strengthen actions and achieve a more inclusive and resilient economy, as well as ensure the meeting of the SDG agenda, we've analyzed and made important efforts in order to have a strategy mobilizing public and private resources to address sustainability through the issue of thematic bonds in line with the SDGs. The Finance Ministry in 2019 and 20 had a reference framework for sovereign bonds in line with the SDGs. This framework is an innovative instrument because it has sufficient flexibility to issue social, green, or sustainable bonds depending on the alignment of the national budget in each fiscal year, and also identifies essential criteria regarding the sustainable financing structure, and it must be coherent in its design. The framework has a solid governance structure and makes efforts in order to improve the processes for eligibility and resource allocation. The framework also reaffirms a commitment to close social gaps and transit towards a more sustainable society. Likewise, these sustainable instruments represent an effort within the strategy to achieve SDGs and strengthen public policy, especially those facing challenges such as poverty, inequalities, gender gaps, and environmental degradation. In this sense, the ministry needs to have a strategy to meet these criteria, promoting transparency of public expenditure and monitoring to ensure fulfillment of the SDGs. Speaking in particular of SDG bonds, these are issued thanks to the framework already mentioned and are used to finance the Federation expenditure budget, which is passed every year each fiscal year by Congress. This way, investors that acquire these bonds do not have to bear any risk with regard to the projects as such. The framework is also aligned with the latest guideline for sustainable bonds published by the International Capital Markets Association, ICMA, in 2021, and the principles of green bonds, as well as the principles for social bonds. The framework details the four main components of the principles of these sustainable bonds, and as you can see here, with the use of funds first, and identifying the main investment expenditure, subsidies, and operating expenditure. Second, the expenditure, a selection and assessment process. And the third, the administration of funds in line with the budget by supervising the programs. And lastly, the presentation of reports, and that we will see later on, that includes the assessment and impact. As to the governance criteria, as well as meeting the 2030 goals and how they are linked to SDG bonds, the framework says that the budget of the Federation in Mexico must be linked to SDGs, and eligible expenditure linked to the sustainability bonds are validated via the National Council for the 2030 Agenda, and they must meet the selection criteria as well as the validation by the Council. And so the Technical Specialized Committee on SDGs, headed by INEGI, which is the National Statistics and Geography Institute in Mexico, coordinates the methodological and technical work for the design and of the indicators to follow up on the SDGs. And likewise, there's this interdependence. And finally, the framework says that during the drafting of the report, they need to validate all SDG indicators stemming from the technical committee. As to the selection process for the eligible expenditures, we can see here, this is based on 7 filters, a series of filters. These filters are used mainly to select programs selected as eligible expenditure. As we can see, first, we have the full list of budget programs, and then we link them to those that include particular projects. And then you see which directly contribute to one of the 11 SDGs considered in the framework. And subsequently, we check that these programs are in force with clear rules for operation, avoiding the selection of programs that could have negative externality. And lastly, we see which of these have significant amounts and that may have continuity in future. And that is the process through which we select the eligible expenditure. Now here, what we see is that to identify this link between eligible expenditure, this is done through the budget programs with the goals and SDGs, and this is done via analysis in 2 stages. One, coincidences of the goal and of the budget and an SDG. And second, the degree of completion of the budget programs based on targets and sub-targets, as well as the contribution to the goal that could be direct or indirect. According to the reference framework, the social expenditure, you link to marginal areas. assigning them to areas with a high level of social lag based on the National Council for Development. And they're classified according to this map with colors, and you identify areas that are more backward. By 2023, and here we show the eligible expenditure for the SDGs, including different types of SDGs. You can see mainly the classified SDG 2, 3, 4, 9. But this year we have green SDGs for a total of 38 billion pesos, which is the total eligible expenditure. And now we'll see how this is validated by an external entity in comparison or in relation to the framework. Since the publication of the reference framework, we have done the necessary external validation. We are decided in favor of a second opinion. For 2023, the validation was carried out by a special service. We received the highest grade, and as you can see, is the SQL sustainability score. Excellent, which is it considers a variation of the principles with factors such as use of resources, assessment, selection, resource management, and reports, and the contribution to sustainability, which is also obtained a highest grade considering the expected impact. And now here we see the results of this second opinion. It was excellent and based on the reference framework, and this has to do with the awarding of the framework and as well as the entire process for 2023. And so now the activities can begin according to the framework. And now here we're going to see which has been the trend and the SDG bond emission since 2020 with the issue of a first sustainability bond in euros for 750 million. Then in July 2021, in order to continue with a curve, a second issue for 1,250 million euros. And for 2022, there were issues in different currencies, USD as well as yen, and local currency through the bond desk bond. These issues for 2022 totaled $5.115 billion. We should say that in addition to this, for 2020 and 2021, for 2022, we were also received the award for the Sustainable Issue of the Year by Environmental Finance, and also for the dollar issues, which was recognized by bankers, and also sustainable issue. Now here, a little more detail, we can see the amounts and the time frames for the issues. In the case of euros, the curve is extended to 15 years with issue rates 1.35 for 7 years, 2.25 for 15 years, and also significant ESG investors 78 to 80. For 2022, as I said, we had several issues for ESG bonds issued in local currency. There was a significant demand. These were done via different maturity dates at a floating rate, and there were more than 30 investors that took part. And then the bond in dollars, the first issue in 2022 for 10 years. And we also had a significant number of global investors, more than 230. And in addition, in the samurai market, several issues were held in different terms, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, with a total issue of 75.6, 75 point odd billion yen. And so by the end of 2022, an equal issue in local currency of 10 billion pesos, significant participation. And just to highlight that this year, we also did two issues, $1 in April for almost $3 billion, and also this in order to continue with the curve and where we have important participation, at least 37 investors, and also another issue of bonds and local currency.
The production of the report of SDG bonds, unlike a conventional bond, the framework reference says that we have to issue an allocation report, which establishes that the issues should issue an annual report about the impact of eligible expenditure. And SDG bonds enter a single basket in our treasury. Once a fiscal year is over, the government of Mexico has to submit impact reports showing the performance of the budget reports classified as eligible expenditure. And with this, and this is done annually, considering all the resources that were regarded as available for eligible expenditure. With regards to the production of the report, we see here the process for the impact report. We obtain the information about eligible data for each one of the secretariats, for each one of the ministries, that includes different actors. And in addition to that, with that information, we produce impact information involving the participation of other information indicators. And as you can see, this involves the participation of INEGI and Oreval. The Ministry of Finance concentrates all this information, processes the impact report. And it's important to mention that this also involves the observation of the UN program for development, so that we can obtain observations to submit this report. And finally, we would like to share the executive summary of our latest report, where we show the information that has been analyzed in terms of SDG. And this shows the results of this report, which represents the SDG bond 2022. And you can see that for each one of the objectives, so the goals, the results that were attained, and the respective impact. This report has also been published and is available to the public at large. Finally, for any additional information about these bonds, we share this information that enables you to consult documents about the reference framework, the SDG bonds, the eligible SDG expenditure, external verifications, and the reports that have been published. And that is all from us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, César, por excelente presentación.
Thank you, Cesar, for an excellent presentation. And I would like to make a brief comment before the official comments will be delivered by Maria Dolores. Cesar emphasized the need for the transparency of the need to align incentives from the onset and until the end, and how they have made evident the need to evidence the objectives and the risks when they are very ambitious, but also the need to integrate the statistical institutes in this process. The generation of better information will enable, on the one hand, the integration and the validation, but also the accountability much more efficient. Having said this, I would like to offer the floor to Maria Dolores, who will make some general comments. Maria Dolores is an ECLAC consultant. Thank you, Noel Ramon, for the invitation to deliver comments to these very important experiences, as is the case of Chile, Mexico, and Costa Rica. First of all, this leads us to somehow rethink the sphere of financing. We are accustomed to look at taxes, to look at expenditure, and each one of us in our own silos. But this means that we can look at what is happening under the line, how we're going to cover those financing needs. And those financing needs means that we may have different policy instruments, and we're moving from what is typical in terms of waiting for donations of cooperation for development, which was what countries were normally accustomed to when we sought that financing, to issues such as payment or results-based payments. Many countries have been predators to a monetary acknowledgement freely available, linked to our compliance in terms of the reduction of deforestation, such as REDD+, for example. On the other hand, we're also viewing loan instruments. We have moved from the typical loan instrument per project, where we design a project linked to a specific need, to move to PDLs. PDLs are very important because these are freely available and only linked to fiscal goals as were established beforehand, or the reduction of subsidies, or an increase in taxation. But we're now moving towards indicators linked to this that trigger the following financing linked to gender or to climate change issues. During the pandemic, these were of vital importance in order to guarantee social protection nets for the poorest and for those that were most hard hit by the pandemic. We are also viewing the issue of contingent loans. That was most traditional in order to mitigate disaster risks, but now we're moving to a different level, saying, well, let's deal with markets, with value titles, with financial derivatives, and let us work not only with debt swaps traditionally, as we did traditionally, but rather to see how we can begin to work with thematic bonds, as we have seen in the case of the three countries. But that also leads us to think about these. Mexico also has catastrophe bonds and other instruments linked to derivatives that enable us to somehow reduce those fiscal risks that we are encountering. An example that we have in Ecuador is, for example, this debt swap for nature conservation in the Galapagos, where we have conducted a historical swap of around 1.1 billion, and with those savings, we will be indeed be able to invest in conservation projects. And so we are viewing that we have moved and that we're evolving with those financing and innovating financing instruments. But what are the implications for this? Well, these are opportunities with multiple benefits, not only with the traditional fiscal benefits in terms of how we bridge our financing gaps and how we generate a fiscal space over the line in terms of expenditure, but how this will enable us, on the one hand, to improve the profile of our indebtedness, because many of these funds very concessional conditions, or from investors who are committed and who are willing to take this at low interest rates or in the long term. And therefore, this is an opportunity for finance ministries to be able to reshape and improve our indebtedness profile. It enables us to mitigate fiscal risks. And increasingly, we're talking about midterm fiscal scenarios. And we can say, well, what are our risks of these events? Well, there are climatic events, for example, that will imply losses and damage linked to hurricanes or to tropical storms. And that can, of course, destroy what we had foreseen in our fiscal frameworks. And this provides us with instruments precisely to mitigate those fiscal risks so that we're not only left with describing those risks. Another point that hasn't been mentioned here and that I do believe is important is that this enables us to leverage from financing and to motivate the financing of the private sector. Not only in how we're catering for this as from the public sector, but how we motivate the private sector so that they may also invest in inclusive issues, in sustainable aspects. And finally, because I am the adjustment variable at the end of this afternoon, what are the challenges that this poses for us? Well, we're evidencing that we cannot again look at this as from our financing silo, but rather this has to form a comprehensive part of the management of public finances in countries, because we need to work in making public finances greener. But this is not simply a headline. This is not the greenwashing that is mentioned, but rather it involves working on budgets based on results, because that is where we start to link planning with budgeting. What we are saying within our NDCs in terms of what we have committed through international agreements is how we bring that down to earth so that it becomes a budgetary program, so with results and impacts that may be measurable with indicators to link that to the management of public finances. But that also leads to the MDBs, the monitoring reports and verification tools that we call transparency and accountability of fiscal accounts. And what does this mean? Well, it means that we can have identification systems, classification systems, and quantification systems of the efforts that we're undertaking as nations to mobilize results with objectives linked to children and teenagers, gender issues, environmental issues, biodiversity aspects. These are not simply isolated issues. We have to work jointly with the different areas of public finances, with budgeting, with public credit, and so on and so forth, so that we can begin to incorporate these cross-cutting issues in the whole management of public financing. And finally, what is also important is not to believe that it is simply as from the ministries of finance and as from the capitals, we are always right and that we possess all the wisdom to do this. We need to do this jointly with the leading ministries around the policies that we want to promote and finance. And this implies the ministries of women, of the environment, so that we can work with these aspects. But an additional issue, what is necessary is that we work also with different government levels, because this is not only an effort of the nation, of the central government, but also of subnational governments. And therefore, we need to build capacities among peers, among the ministries of finance and the economy, to learn the lessons that we have seen just now, and to make access to those funds much more speedy, and so that others can contribute, such as subnational governments, for example, and thus go to this inclusive, sustainable, low carbon and resilient transition. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, María.
Thank you, Maria Dolores. And now we're opening up for Q&A.
muy rápido.
Very quickly. First of all, I congratulate ECLAC for this effort. If we have attended all the presentation on fiscal space, debt servicing, these innovative instruments are very necessary. I think that these were three very good presentations, and I really like the comments. Yes, we're going to have to think outside the box. And I think, Noel, that here this was sort of uh, a way of celebrating so many things for our class. When they say to us, think outside the box, you say, of course, yes, I think that we're going to have to start thinking in terms of insurance, of reinsurance, and one part where the border between what is public and private is not that clear. Seek for saving instruments for segments of the population that may be connected to Social Security and things that we do not even imagine. Maybe in one generation, families that end up needing an entire care system. And so the government release system issuing by a series of bonds will make this sustainable. Otherwise, there's going to be a generational break that is very difficult. And so I think that we're taking off, and this is a very good moment to design where, in what direction, and see what experiences, successful experiences have there been elsewhere, and how to replicate. Please. Thank you. I have a question. These instruments, these new instruments, environmentally sustainable, would they have a lower financial cost to normal financing to which countries access? That is my question. Any other questions? Well, we do have time, so please, if there are any further questions, go ahead. Yes, I would say that it may seem a benefit or a marginal saving. They're traded in the secondary market, at least the Chilean bonds, at about 5 basis points below the benchmark for the plain vanillas. But what we did was to calculate more than the secondary market rate, the price of the bond being introducing an NPV to the flows. And in that sense, we saw that there was a saving quite significant, close to $150 million on account of having issued ESG bonds, which really the calculation was done for the green bonds and the SLB. We were not including the social ones because we wanted to see what was the saving of this other component, the green component, environmentally sustainable component. And so, yes, we did other exercises trying to see what would happen if, for example, we reconverted our entire plain vanilla stock to bonds with these same characteristics, green and SLB, and the financial savings are extensive. And this is, of course, added to the other benefits that we were telling you about regarding accessing to a base of investors that could be a little bit more demanding on account of the fact that they themselves must report on how much or what percentage of their portfolio is ESG, and the risk level. I would elaborate on where can we see the savings, because often having the counterfactual to know if we're 5 or 10 base points behind or not is not easy. But what we have perceived is the volume of demand for this sort of paper. These papers are, in our case, in the last issue, 7 times oversubscribed, which allows the government to have far more power, room for maneuver when it comes to setting the prices. And so, attracting this massive investors that could have an occasion to do something for the environment, for social matters, governance, or any of these labels, if these are reflected in demand, they will be reflected in a better management of the final price with which the transaction is closed. And so I think that that is essential in order to ensure that we have positive green innings in this atmosphere. I do know that there are experiences and comparisons that are a bit more technical in Colombia and some OECD countries, and where it is also has been proved this incentive in terms of cost reduction for issues that are specifically labeled. Cesar, do you have anything to add to this or comment something to the question that was asked? Well, this is very much in line with what is said here. Yes, we too have seen this reduction in the cost of these instruments. As we showed in a slide, we see the demand by various actors, different fund types, domestically and abroad, and we see that several of the instruments are assigned within their portfolios. Some of these are bought so that they can have part of the mix of thematic areas. And we've seen that in different foreign markets. When we've had this talk with investment banks and investors, they're always after labeled bonds. And as was said, there is quite a demand, and I agree in that, at least comparatively speaking, this improvement in yield is good. Thank you. Any other question? Well, in that case, I would merely like to thank you all for attending these presentations. A big round of applause, please. I thank all the speakers and the commentators for their enriching words, and which shows us what's on the way and what we still have to do. I think this is a good start. It is a good opportunity to pick up on all the challenges that we have in terms of public finances, and now we are really getting into the outlook. Tomorrow we have 2 final sessions, so you're all cordially invited for tomorrow. Thank you.